We're now into round 3 of the season in Abruzzi ARL Endurance 2024. And after entering the darkness at Spa 3 weeks ago, we're going to be emerging from it here at Daytona, our host, as we enter the middle parts of the season. We are live here from the Apex Racing TV esports studio. My name is Sam Fitzpatrick, alongside me is David Sampson. And David, we had maybe the best ever race, I think, in this series last time at Spa. It was a really exciting round in the championship. And tonight we go to a circuit that we haven't visited in this series before, Daytona, one of the most raceable circuits that we have really on all of iRacing.
Yeah, it's iconic. Endurance racing, Daytona, they're synonymous with each other in iRacing. And yeah, we've got the full spec IMSA field, a great bunch of drivers. I think I applauded them last week on, it was tight, it was ambitious rated, like there was lots of racing, but everyone was really respectful. I was really impressed, and I'm very excited to see what the darkness here at Daytona brings for them.
Definitely. Let's look at the schedule for this season. Of course, we visited Silverstone to start off, Spa, which was the one returning round from last season, and then Daytona for this round, Portimao, Suzuka, and Sebring, the second half of the championship. So the points game pretty important now at this stage of the championship. Let's have a quick reminder of what happened last time out at Spa, and some pretty fantastic moves. This was one of them, David, a fantastic move from the MSS Movano Rosso cars. They moved up into the P3 in the early stages.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was touching on, very respectful racing. Yes, it was hard racing and ambitious with the 3-wide, but again, respectful stuff.
This was not so good, however. This was the battle for the lead in GTD, and that wiped out Absolute Motorsport Acelith GTD, and you can see they barely could get any power away, and that really ruined any chance of a good result for them. I think they ended up in P6. This was a mistake for a car which could have won in the GTPs. Movano Rosso, the winners from round 1 of the championship. They are still leading the championship, but that was a negative for Beyond, and he had to take repairs.
Yeah, not a mistake you expect a team of that caliber to happen, but it's a long race, and I mean, we've all done it on that corner, so they're forgiven.
Here was the change of the lead in LMP2. Delatraz being able to get past Effect. Effect would, soon after this, have a disconnect anyway, so it didn't really cover too much that move, but that was when they took the lead and Delatraz were able to take the race victory, and the two of them looked very strong at the top. And then just with a couple of minutes to go, after sitting behind Nürburgring Esports for about 25 minutes, Movano Azura were finally able to take the lead, and they took the race win as well, which got them the 50 points, which has got them straight back into championship contention as well. That was a really good finale to that race. I mean, I remember Engelhardt, we didn't really give him much of a shot with half an hour to go, but he was able to hold on to it against a driver much higher I-rated than himself.
Nürburgring Esports as well. I absolutely came from nowhere. I didn't have them on any of my radars really. Apart from their fuel strat looked good, so like you always thought, oh, they could be in contention. But brilliant race. I actually forgot what happened to Effect. That was heartbreaking. But yeah, it's been tough at the top. We've seen a few teams dominate, but it's not been so easy to just maximise points. We've had was it Movano Blue and Red? I think they've renamed themselves.
Well, yeah, one of them's crashed in each round.
Correct.
So
yeah, and then Effects disconnect, but apart from that, strong points from them, and then Nürburgring Esports nail on the head for strategy. So I'm excited to see what they can do.
Definitely. Let's have a quick reminder of what the format is for tonight. We've got the 100 minutes of practice, which the drivers are just coming to the end of. There'll be starts and qualifying very soon. Thank you, Harvey, for subscribing. I think you might be one of the drivers in the series. And then, so we've got 10 minutes for each of the qualifyings, and then 180 minutes long race, 3 hours as it is for every round of the championship. And of course, big thanks to Abruzzi for sponsoring this championship. They've been offering some fantastic prizes, and you can get some of those rewards yourself, because if you go to abruzzi-official.co.uk and use the discount code APEXRACING15 off, you can get 15% off gloves, boots and t-shirts. So do check out that address, and a big thanks to Abruzzi for supporting us. And of course, that's not the only prizes which are available. We've got some absolutely mega prizes as well for the drivers, some of which are for overtakes, saves and liveries, and they are the prizes that the drivers get.
Yeah, we get to pick them. Is it us two that really gets to pick them?
We get to
The
pick the
power.
liveries. We've got to start thinking. Well, we have been talking about it quite a bit. Your criteria is basically the more orange, the better.
Obviously.
Yeah, you're very much in the Dutch kind of thinking. No,
obviously, I am obviously looking for a nice livery. Any colour, or even consider red. Maybe.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Well, it's just a shade of orange, right?
Correct. A bad shade, but a shade nevertheless.
Sure. And then, of course, you've got the best qualifiers from each class also get money, or also get boots, sorry. Then we have money for the top 3 in each class as well, and also custom-made gloves for a random viewer per broadcast. So if you might be a very lucky person.
Yep.
If you take part in the competition, we'll be doing it maybe about midway through the race, and basically you'll have to do something in the YouTube chat, and then you might win yourself some gloves. So do stick around for the broadcast, and you might well be getting your hands in some very nice gloves.
Paul Busby mentioning that there's a special livery out there for today for them.
Lovely stuff.
I'm assuming like a big orange Samsung.
Oh,
Because that'll buy
so.
it.
Oh, yeah.
It's easy. That's easy.
Yeah.
Easy way of doing it.
Let's have a look at the standings going into this round. In the GTDs, no one's really dominated so far.
Correct.
But
yeah.
Azuro are at the top as it stands. They have been able to get a win in the last round, a 4th place in the first one. So they actually crashed in the first round, but they've been able to bring it well. Nürburgring Esports, had they held on to that lead last time out, they would have been the championship leaders, remarkably. But they are lacking a little bit instead. Change for the GTPs, I don't think I mentioned this to you even, David, and I should have done. The Acura Bop has been removed, so they are back to full power. They don't have any weights, they don't have any fuel tank limits. Because of iracing's changed a few weeks ago, the cars are now even, and that will be a big boost for the Acura drivers, I'm sure.
I agree. We had to be careful because we applied our own bop for the series, and then iRacing did make a change, so it was only right that we then reflect the change back. But I think we bring back the fuel. Sorry, carry on. What did you say?
Made it very interesting last time out, but that would be good news for MSS Movano and Movano Azura and Rosso, because they are both running the Acura. In the LMP2 standings, we have got Delatraz at the top, despite the fact that they disconnected from round 1, which is pretty crazy that they've been able to make up those points. That's what a race win will do for you. Of course, Effect disconnected from Spa, that's why they're down. And then other esports, to be fair, have been very consistent, a third and a third for them, trying to make it another podium. They always come on strong late in the races. And in the GTDs, we've got Simify Esports with a 1st and a 2nd so far, 13 points clear of Door Esports, but Door did win and take pole in the last round. So I think Door have more than a capable squad to close that 13-point gap.
Yeah, very exciting, very exciting. There's still so much more to play for still. But we're going to see some strong drives here today. It's a track people know very well, especially on the endurance category. So we're going to see, a lot of fuel saving. We're going to see some very fast lap times.
Yes, we are going to see some very good lap times. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Very good that you are active in the YouTube chat, and we will be trying to respond to that as well as the race goes on. But let's have a quick reminder of the track that we've got then. This Daytona circuit. I want you. I got in a rabbit hole.
Slightly different, but go on, carry on.
Different. I'd much rather be in a rabbit hole. And I was looking at stats about Daytona. Do you know when racing first started at Daytona? I'm not talking about actually on this layout. I mean, racing started at Daytona Beach.
60s?
60s. No, it's the 30s.
Wow.
Okay. 30s.
Wow.
Race circuit actually built in the late 50s. It was pretty innovative of its time because it was the first place to have proper big banking, and we still use that today. Some over 30 degrees on the proper turns, and a little bit on the tri-oval as well. But of course, the bit behind us right now is the infield section. What do you feel about the infield? Do you enjoy driving the circuit? Like, is it just one that you feel like you can just make laps on?
I enjoy the infield, actually. T1s, I don't know. I've never loved T1. I like the infield. The bus stop for me is probably at its worst it's ever been in iRacing with the slowdown. I think it's absolutely...
Anything on the grass is...
Yeah, it's terrible. My actual line wasn't even a 1X. It's now been upgraded from a 1X to a slowdown. And to be honest, the curb profiles are actually the best they've ever been, creating the best racing, but we can't now hook them up because we're taking a stupid inline for the slowdown, which is a shame. But no, I enjoy the track. It's good, especially on the fuel saving and strategy side. So the longer the race here is at Daytona, the more I enjoy it. Sprint racing, I could take a leave at Daytona. There's not enough.
A bit like a Le Mans in it.
Correct. And overall, I like it. Obviously, the new curbs in real life are completely different. So again, we'll see what happens. I'm not sure. Yourself, do you enjoy this track? You're not a fan at all, are you?
Yeah, no. Let's move on. I think we've got qualifying currently in progress, so we'll go to a quick advert and then we'll be trackside and we'll be talking through it all.
Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Welcome to Daytona. We are currently in the latter stages of GTD qualifying as it stands. And of course this will set the grid for our 3-hour-long race. And we do start in the night. I think qualifying or practice starts at 2 in the morning. So I think we must be at about 3:45 to 4 now in the morning. So I think we'll only need to wait about an hour for us to get the first peaks of daylight.
I prefer to refer as 2 in the morning as night.
Sure. Sure.
I go to bed at night. I don't go to bed in the morning, how I see it.
Sure. I think that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Wait, are we agreeing?
Well, yeah, we need to... We can't be arguing this early on. Someone asked in chat what my favourite circuit is. It is Suzuka.
Yeah, I would have guessed that.
And that's so we are
Look,
listing
see?
that later on.
That's a livery. It has an S on the side as well, which I quite like.
Well, the sign for hope, as we found out earlier this season.
Look at that. Look at that. Maybe the orange sways it for me, but I just quite like it.
Matty asking in chat who's faster, Sam or Samso?
I think it depends on the car.
I think, honestly, it's probably David. Because David has got a higher iRating than me. So I'm not going to lie. But he hasn't won the BSR Radical Winter Series Championship or Indy 500. So
yeah,
there's ups and downs. All the commentators race even. But, you know, at least he's got a number next to us, not me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Currently it's fiercely forward pink at the top of the standings.
Yeah, that's Freddie Schwartz, currently sitting on pole.
Got a new driver as well in that team. I think it's Lucas Perez. I believe.
Is he new? I thought he was doing...
Or maybe I might be thinking of the wrong driver, to be fair. But, yeah.
I think Lucas has drove for them. Yeah, he's a rocket. Close at the top. 1.82 tenths separating the top 4. But the top 3, 79,000. 7,900, sorry. Very close. Incompetent racing, proving they're not entirely incompetent. Good time. Currently sitting P6. You trying to find that new name?
David Gomez. Sorry. I was thinking
David?
Perez, and then I turned into Gomez.
I know the name.
David Gomez is driving for Fiercely Forward Pink. I assume he's driving tonight. He was a late register, so hopefully he does well for that team. But yeah, Simify in second place, of course, have been very strong so far this season. Door Esports, absolutely miles down. They need to perform here on this last lap. The winners from last time out. Looks like Jonas is going to finally put in a strong lap.
Yeah, I mean, Jonas is very, very quick. We're expecting, top 3.
Well, he goes up to second, but I mean, he left it late. Like, it's good that he got that lap in. Had he qualified at the back, he would have had no chance at a podium tonight with the opposition that they're against. But Simify Esports, with an improvement themselves, looks like they are going to be able to take pole position with Gabby Montoro.
You know what's funny is every team right now is begging to be in the Merc, and there isn't a single Merc on the field.
No.
It's unbelievable. There were only Mercs here the week of Daytona.
Surprising how few Ferraris are. Are there any Ferraris?
No.
Because that's a very well received car. Has the Ferrari only just got good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it hasn't been long. Plus, I still think pound for pound, over a full season, especially if you didn't know the tracks, I think the Lambo would still be my pick. But then again, with variable weather, it would be the Audi.
Yeah. No rain so far this season. There will be no rain tonight. 0%.
You say that, right? Now
but
we've seen.
It could technically happen.
Yeah, now, I've always preached that the 0 is 0 and 100 is 100, but in IMSA official, it was in the PDF there is no, it's not even mentioned. That's how no chance of rain, tempest off. And mid-race, I was warned that I need to go look at my tyres. I checked, and in 20 minutes, there was a 17% chance. So I don't know if it's a bug or.
I mean, technically, it is realistic. Whether, when we'll say this every round, but the percentage means the coverage of rain, not the chance of rain. 20% chance of rain means it will rain, but only over 20% of a region. So, we've got 0% rain, but that just means that it's probably not going to rain anywhere. What I would say is that as German Sim Racing move up to 14th place, these are some pretty late times. What's that a legitimate time? I feel like that was well after the 10 minutes, right? But hopefully it's legitimate. There could be rain, but at least in iRacing world, it barely ever rains at Daytona in the summer. A lot of sparks. Glad it's at night now.
Yeah.
Hello, Ray Guevara.
Chat refreshes quicker than mine. Yeah, you're right. That GTD lap was at the 13-minute mark. Isn't it impossible?
Well, yeah, that could be a penalty. That could be a penalty. And they moved up as well, so.
Which team was it?
German Sim Racing. Stella Chaz, by the way, go up to the top. A very nice job for them. I think they were sat behind Alpha Esports.
Because doing the math, it has to be, 11:43? That surely is the last moment you can cross the line. Yes. Maybe we're not the ones to judge. We just sit here in the chair mocking mistakes.
Yes.
That's our job. Peter Dedetra, as usual, Alpha, Alcantech. So we're just looking for the time from Andrew Dawson as well. I assume he's doing qualifying. He is, yeah.
Yes, he is.
What driver is qualifying for Alpha? Let's have a look. Alpha Esports is Jake Shuri.
Yeah, Jake currently doing pretty well. Just a few hundredths of a second off the pace as Roland Alfredson, new driver for Delta Sport. He manages to go to the top with a 1:34.188.
I wish I was racing. Got the buzz.
What class would you want to be racing in?
LMP2, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. There's no messing around with Bob. It's a good car.
Well, Derchaz just warming up for a lap time right now. I think they invalidated their first lap, did Alexander.
At the moment, I don't know what... Anderson's been out there a while, but no lap has been set, so I assume off tracks. Yeah, that time's sitting strong at the moment in the pole position. It's tight at the top, though. Top three separated by almost nothing. Oh, nice ball. I'll keep a look out for it. Oh, I think I saw, was it the blue one? Ah, there we go. Very nice. That's going to take me some getting used to that. That's an effect car, though.
Yeah. As well, it goes to the top.
Yeah, by
Very
almost
nice.
3 tenths.
I mean, again, they get the draft. I mean, it's not a big draft in these LMP2 cars.
It helps, so yeah, for sure.
But it does, yeah, around a circuit like this, it is going to help you at the end of the lap. Helps to have a few friends out there. Obviously, Ford Purple move up to 5th position as well. Hockenbeck now down to 6th.
And Andrew's parked it. Like, that's it. He's thrown the keys out the car and going, there you go, guys, job done. No one's going to beat that. Yeah, he's in the pits. Oh, no, he's heading back out. Okay, I thought that was...
yeah, he will just about get another lap time in, won't he?
Yeah, because you missed T1.
Yeah, they need to be getting... Well, yeah, as long as they get out in the next sort of 30 seconds or so, they can easily get round.
Oh, Delatraz getting it close. 6900ths. Yeah, I forgot Delatraz has got 2 teams. We haven't seen them work... Oh, no, we did, of course. Early in the last race, they were actually working together quite well. Just remembered. Still very tight at the top, though. I'd say the front 4 teams looking very impressive. I'm loving the sparks. I'm excited for the race to be getting underway, that's for sure. See what Team 11 can do. Oh, they're practicing their pit.
Yes, that'll be the end of their qualifying there. Still got Hyperion coming to at the end of a lap.
So yeah, these 2 teams will cross the line in time. Looks like Alpha, are they going to tuck up behind? No, they're not.
Yeah,
just
really
leaving.
wanting it too much, are they?
No. Building up speed, running high. Travel that little further in distance. And then bring it down for the down. Still trying to increase that distance. I don't like to go too high on this one. No, he doesn't either. I feel like it's just a negative effect. So see how he gets it stopped. Important corner for qualifying. Very nice. Yeah, looking good. These curves are now 3D curves, by the way.
Yeah, it came in the last build, didn't it?
Yeah, bit of a game changer through those 2 corners. And how you exit out of one, which changes your line a little bit through 2-3, but it's only minor. See how far left he goes. He goes almost down the middle.
Good start to the lap, by the way, for Jake Show. A couple of personal bests for him. He is on for an improvement. Doesn't need to improve a whole lot in order to get onto the second row of the grid.
Yep, it's a kick-tied looking lap. Very nice. Is he going to punch it a little high? He does. Yeah, very nice looking lap. And now, the all-important how hard do I chuck it question. Yeah, I hate this slowdown. It's really annoyed me. Destroyed my line. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. That's really clean. Now just keep it low. And I'll keep an eye on Andrew Dawson's time. Evening, Paul. Paul in chat. Good luck tonight. I assume you're one of the drivers for Dior. And Jake. Still P5. The Delatraz boys, are they working together? Is that both the same Delatraz teams? Yes, and
Yeah,
they used that very effectively.
Well. So Delatraz moves to the top there with Thomas Imborg. At one point, Dawson's gap looked unbeatable.
Yeah, 2.99 tenths, yeah.
And yet the others have been able to chip away at it. And now it is advantage Delatraz with effect in the pits. No one is going to be able to take that pole position away from them. Alcontech, they move back into 6th position ahead of Fiercely Forward Purple.
And you know the problem with 1 and 3? Well, 3 will know when 1 launches.
Well, it'll be tricky. It'll be very tricky for effects.
Yes, for sure.
I mean, they'd have that advantage if they were 1 and 2 anyway, I guess. But
yeah,
1 and 3 is a good place to be.
Yeah, the 1 and 3, they're going to, he's going to give draft. Well, I suppose it's quite a short run, but yeah, you know what I mean. It's going to be very difficult for Andrew. Although Andrew's a beast, so don't rule him. There's a gap.
And I mean, obviously, we need to remind ourselves, this is Daytona.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a circuit where position is going to
They can still do their strategy. If they've got a fuel target in mind, if they're running, 1.5 seconds back from the lead car and they're on strat, then, things can change. MDH is getting ready. Let the Acura party start. Now I've no idea about Daytona. I think the Porsche isn't bad at Daytona. But if there's no bob, obviously the Acura... Well, there is a bob, isn't there? The iracing one, yeah. Okay. So it's very reflective of what we had. Wow. Let's see how these two settle this. Oh.
Well, I think they may have hit each other on the straight anyway, and if that's a 0x, that's a little bit in the way as well. And Justin Alonso not particularly happy with that. I wouldn't be surprised if we lost a bit of time through the bus stop. This is their first timed laps of this session, and Kevin Crosney will be the first to set a lap for Nürburgring Esports, or maybe he won't be, because it looks like it may have been an invalidated lap for Kevin Crosney, so that won't be a time for him. However, Absolute Motorsport do get a lap in, and it's a 31.4. Movano Rosso currently behind, so good to see a Porsche at the moment at the top. Of course, the Acura no longer with a bob applied, so they should have similar pace to what they had at Spa, at Silverstone. At Spa, they did seem to be at a disadvantage, particularly when it came to fuel. But currently, we've got Cherokee at the top.
Roland in chat. Both screens, blue screen, 2 minutes before quali starts. Oof, what? What do you mean 2 screens? Hey, Thomas in chat. Hello, hello. Right, so Justin Alonso's currently got the preliminary pole position, but it's very tight at the top. Very tight. It's been tight in every class. So was it Simmer? I didn't actually see Simify, Pip, Dawn, Fiercely Forward. Wow. So those 3 teams, much like Spa, were and Acelef got the 4 same teams, I think, in GTD as we had in Spa. I think, yeah, because I think Acelef got caught up with.
Yeah, Acelef were running in P2 in the early stages, weren't they?
Yeah.
And then they spun. Fiercely Forward, Pink, I think, may have had issues as well, and then Dor ended up winning ahead of Simify.
Yeah, I think Fiercely Forward clipped Absolute.
Sure.
And then he picked up damage.
To the top go Nürburgring Esports, but then get beaten by Ivano Azuro, who then get beaten by
Acelef?
Absolute Motorsport Aceless. That was a lot faster second time, so a lot of improvements coming in, and it still remains very close, and this is good to see. Acura, Porsche, then 2 more Acuras because Fast Pair Motorsport move up to P6 with that latest effort. But when you consider back to Silverstone, where we had first and third separated by about 0.4 of a second, it's good to see the top 6 right now separated by that same margin. Josh Banks for Orbit DBM Jupiter. Yet to set a lap time. I think this will put him in 11th place.
That's a much shorter team name than round 1.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it wasn't their fault. It was the admin's fault.
Admin, I like how you rename yourself.
What are you talking about?
No comment. Team Ray Sin Black. See where this can put them. Oh, it looks like that was an outlap.
Very wide line for turn 1. And they get a lot of oversteer on the exit. Just seems to be missing the apex slightly, which caused them to go into the off-canvas section. And of course, I mean, their first time was pretty good. They were within half a second of the pole, so they've ditched that lap and instead will go back out on circuit, and they should get one more effort in before the end of qualifying.
Do we have a team that has a team in every class? Because obviously we got Aceless in
so,
most, 2 of him.
I think there's some teams who have got GTP and GTD, but LMP2 is a bit of its own thing. Although we have got Delachaz in LMP2 and GTD.
Yeah, they've got 2 LMP2 teams, right.
PSD Forward have got an LMP2 and a GTD, I think.
We're not seeing the MSS Movano boys dominate today so far?
No. Yeah, not going all their own way. Yeah, Absolute Motorsport Aceless, I don't feel like have been that much of a threat so far this season in the GTPs. I'm looking to see where they are in the championship. They've had a 12th and a 7th so far. I'm sure that first result was definitely due to issues. I can't remember off the top of my head what it was. But yeah, they. I think last time out, pretty much the GTPs on the most part, everyone was fairly clean. I think the top 12 cars really avoided any significant damage. So I think that was just on pace. A real upgrade for them for this round.
Medmu in chat, will someone get smashed into the pit wall tyres on T1? I mean, it's a 3-hour race with lots of cars.
Yeah, I think it'll happen at some point. On lap 1, no. I think at some point, yeah.
It's iconic though, isn't it?
Does it ever happen in real life, do you know?
I never seen. I've only been there once.
I mean, I imagine it doesn't, because otherwise they'd do something about it. I mean, they could just extend that pit wall all the way to the pit lane as Cherokee move up to top position there.
Brilliant lap. I've actually climbed the slope and laid on it. It's high.
Sure.
Really, really steep. Yeah, great lap time. Again, where are Cherokee in the championship standings?
I think they're a little bit further up. 5th. They've had a 4th and a 7th and a 4th, but they took pole last time out, which I forgot about. And they took fastest lap as well.
Wow.
But I don't think they took the extra stop. I can't really remember what went wrong for them. Anyone from that team who are watching the stream, do let us know, or just let us know if they are driving faster tonight. That certainly does seem to be the case. Of course, you know, last time out it was very close. I think the top 5 teams were only separated by about half a minute in the GTPs. Yeah, it was very competitive. Apparently it's happened in Mazdas from Medmo in chat. Apparently it has happened in Mazdas years ago. Here comes the final attempts from these drivers. Or a lot of people's final attempts. It looks like Delta V are going to go for one more attempt. They can start a lap before the 30 minutes and they will have the chance to finish it.
Oh, they do? Yeah, this is a third. No, I thought this was a...
No, it's because it's a...
Oh, because it's open quali.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So Cherokee have just crossed the line. That's the end of their qualifying. They weren't able to improve their last lap time. Absolute Motorsport come across the line. They don't improve. Marcus Hamilton, I think, did improve, but not enough to move him up any places. And the contenders are falling by the wayside. The checker flag is out, and I think it's probably only maybe a Carousel, Nürburgring Esports Carousel. I think might be the last team who can challenge for pole position. Unless this team, Delta V Racing, can really offer up a surprise. So far, it is an improved lap, 2 out of 4 personal best sectors.
I see a caddy up there. I missed this car. Yeah, I really liked the Caddy and BMW. I didn't mind the Porsche. I disliked the Acura, and then once those two cars got just dropped, especially the BMW was just non-existent for a long time. Let's see. Delta V, slight improvement, almost a 10th, so P8.
Yeah, good effort. Yeah, so competitive. Top 13, and that's the entire field, separated by 3/4 of a second.
Yep.
So maybe it demonstrates that these drivers know this track very well, but they know Spa very well, and that was much more spread out. So we've got a couple of minutes now to wait for the drivers to transition over, as I can just say Team Racing Black did just improve as well, so they moved up into 4th position. But that means we've got Cherokee pole in GTP, Della Chaz automated by Majors pole in LMP2, and Simify Esports pole in GTD. But it looks a little bit closer, certainly in the prototype classes, than it has done in previous weeks.
Yeah, for sure. And we're seeing some different teams. You know, by round 2, I was looking at the MSS Movano boys had LMDH, especially on 1 lap pace lockdown. We're not seeing that now. GTD has been very close at the front. Hopefully we can have all those boys fight until the end. And I mean, LMP2, yeah, it's a very exciting class here. It's going to be a really good one to watch.
Yes, should be a good one coming up. And when it comes, and of course, quick shout out as well to VRS as well with their summer sale, which is going on at the moment. And of course, that gives you the opportunity to get 30% off VRS products. And that includes their wheelbase and their wheel rim as well, including their new light wheel rim as well, which, David, you had a try on. There's a video over at Apex Racing Team YouTube channel,
yep.
Which you can check his and Jamie Fluke's review of that wheel out. And yeah, that is all available over at apexracingsim.com. But already the grid is starting to form, and so let's have a look at the grid order. Justin Alonso with Cherokee Motorsport on pole position, followed by Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Then it's MSS Movano Azuro, Team Racing Black, Nürburgring Esports Carousel, MSS Movano Rosso. Bit of an underwhelming qualifying for that team in particular, down in 6th place. Then it's Absolute Motorsport Acelith, Delta V Racing, Fast Repair Motorsport GTP, RD Simsport, Zekerol Esports, Orbit DBM Jupiter, and PS Competition 172. In the LMP2s, we've got Delchaz Automotive by Majors Garage ahead of Effect Simulations. Then it's the Delachaz Automotive car, so expect them to be strong off the line. Then it's the debutants, Roland Alfredson for Delta Sport in 4th. Alpha Esports, who have finished on the podium both races so far this season, line up in 5th. There's Alcantech NHR, Fiercely Forward Purple on Traverse Racing. Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim, Team 11, Hyperion Esports by Garagels, and WPR powered by Alto Cumulus in 12th. Then in the GTD, Simify on pole, Door, Fiercely Forward Pink, Absolute Motorsport Acelith, Impulse Racing, Team Racing Purple, Incompetent Racing Team, Delchaz Automotive by PC Designs, Delta V Racing, Instinct Racing Firebird, Instinct Racing 395, Team Redex.com, German Sim Racing Orange, Melanzani Racing by Voltronic, Team Redex.com SimSports, Orion Race Team, Orbit DBM Mars, Abruzzi Color Shock Racing Team, Vortex Precision haven't taken to the grid, Delta V Racing by Keyshop, and Playing Ducks round out that 22 car field.
And we're on lap 4 of the race. No, well done, Sam.
I think I'm getting faster. Maybe
yeah, I think a 10.
If a few of the teams could drop out, that would be appreciated. But yeah, I don't know why Vortex Racing, Precision Racing haven't taken the start. Gaten Lafargue.
Maybe a PC issue and the teammate's not there. Not sure.
Could be. Qualifying driver does have to start the race.
Yeah, so if there's a tech issue, then
yeah, they would have to be starting, I guess, from the pits, and then I guess someone else could jump in. I guess that would be the penalty. But yeah, let's see what's going to happen here. Chaotic turn one, you think, or chaotic lap one?
Yeah, let's just hope it's not the lead karts that's chaotic, because then obviously it clusters for the previous classes. Because obviously T1's quite quick. You know, you're already committing to the brake, so if something's there, it could be very daunting. So we're getting ready to go.
They are very close. They're almost making contact before the start.
Yeah.
And that is a big cover-off there from Absolute Motorsport Ace if they really want to cover the inside line against Movano Azzurro. And it looks like that is what they have done. So Cherokee lead the way comfortably. The other teams, you can see there, the Nürburgring esports car, a little bit of a slow start for them. They're lost out to Movano Rosso already. But this is Daytona. There's going to be plenty of overtaking chances later on. And so
Rosso's looking
very
to
much
fight back.
You're not going to win it at this point.
Ivana Rosso got that back?
Yeah.
Well, getting it back, it's still happening.
Well, they've gained 2 places of Ivana Rosso. Fantastic start for them. Here comes Nürburgring. They couldn't quite get round there through the king. So in LMP2, they're just about to get going. They can launch after this, the pit lane entry.
Just to see if the high line's fast with the Delatraz boys, you know, teaming up, and they are. Look at that. Poor Andrew there is completely caught out. But let's see. He's good on the brakes. He just wants to defend that second position. I think he can get that done. I think he's going to have much better drive off the corner, and he's got that locked in.
That was good for him. The fact that Delatraz had to start on the outside was a little bit of a disadvantage for them, but they took advantage, did the P2 team.
Of course, never thought of that. That's more defined by the class ahead. Oh, and Simify got a nice launch there. Dior looks perfectly covered off. Fiercely Forward, let's keep an eye. So Fiercely Forward's got to defend this on the outside to Absolute. Let's see. Yeah, Freddie's away fine, still P3. Lots of side-by-sides happening though, and we might get a 3. Someone thought about 3 wide there. No, we are getting a couple. Everyone through okay though. Some battles happening in LMDH, or we've lost somebody. Maybe Acelith, they're down 6 positions. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, bad start for Acelith. And yeah, just a few other changes. But yeah, that's the biggest change. Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the GTP field, down 6 places from their race start, but still are part of the group as it stands. As still, there's a few more changes already on to lap 2 now.
And
GTPs.
I don't know if we saw it on screen, but Effect have got the lead.
Yes. So happy now to get past.
Yeah, we'll see where that happened. Must have been T1, beginning of lap 2, I suppose.
Already the GTPs are going to be lapping the GTDs.
Yeah, there was the gaps. Gaps must have been huge.
There they are.
What on earth?
As it looks like Absolute Motorsport Acelith have had another issue. There they are. Oh, it's just a slowdown.
I'm trying to think how they've ended up on top of each other already.
There's a GTD as well spun round. But yeah, I think it was just big gaps being left, probably 30 seconds odd.
30 seconds. I mean, I don't hand out penalties, but that's. I personally think there shouldn't be a gap. I'm always on team no gap. I don't know why iracing, why we do it. IRL, you get a penalty if you're not touching the class in front. Like, by touching, I mean, if the LMDHs end with a left spare, you go on the right. So you're side by side with the wrong class. Sure. This is going to really mess up the poor GT3s. Fuel, draft, is all going to get chopped to bits. Wow, and this is not going to be fun for the LMDHs.
Yeah, you can see how far behind the LMP2s are as well.
Right.
Not a big pace difference between those classes, only some 5 seconds or so per lap.
The voice in my head is correct. It looks like it's the LMP2's fault. I'm actually baffled by it.
Well, so far, the only casualties we've had are Absolute Motorsport Acelith, who I thought just got a slowdown, but there's so many of those. There's a couple of those Absolute Motorsport cars. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one. But yeah, basically one GTD and one LMP2 has had
Team
issues,
Racing
but
Purple.
now we've had another GTD. That is Team Racing Purple. Not sure if we caught the start of that. Was there contact, perhaps?
Yeah, I was looking at the numbers, not the picture. It looks like they're going again.
Evergreen Carousel just getting past Movano Rosso, by the way. So getting back that position that they lost at the start. As we might split the middle with those GTPs. They all got through it cleanly. There is the Rosso car. They actually got back ahead, so they were able to defend. Oh, Door Esports. Door Esports have had an issue.
Oof.
So
have Impulse.
Contenders and Impulse as well.
Wait, so Delatraz and Instinct. Wait, unless I'm seeing this wrong, I see 4 teams.
Yeah.
4 teams dropping. Oi! Oh no.
Let's get it stopped. There you go, it stopped. And
Yep.
that's another one round.
Oh,
Oh, and that other car just...
just gave up a void.
Well, was indecisive. When it came to
Left, right. Oh, guys, I can't bother anymore. I'm just going straight. What happened here?
We'll get some replays later.
Yeah, there's a lot for the replay guys to cut through. We've had lead changes, we've got the starts. But yeah, in GTD, we definitely did have a multi-car drop. Okay, so have a quick run through. So in GTP, Cherokee's held on to the lead. Movano Azuro have moved up a position, as well as Team Racing Black. Movano Rosso up 2 positions, so they're your top 4. LMP2, Effect have got the lead from Delatraz Automotive by Majors. The Delatraz boys are 2 and 3 with Delta Sport in 4. Not many changes in the top 6 apart from the lead change. In GTD, there are so many, nobody is in their starting position. Fiercely Ford Pink are up 2 positions, leading the race. Absolute Motor Acelith are second, up 2 positions. Simify Sports are down 2 in third. And then, yeah, up 3, up 4, up 8. German Sim Racing Orange are up 8 positions. If they have a penalty coming their way for qualifying, they're going to rue this, because up 8. But yes, Dior, Instinct, Orion, Instinct, both Instinct teams. No, sorry, Impulse and Instinct, and Vortex and Delatraz. Looks like there's been problems. 6 teams in GTD.
Yeah. Lots, and some of our big hitters as well. Instinct just getting back out on circuits. That's good to see for them. They were stationed for 6 seconds, so maybe taking a faster pair and just topping up the tank as well.
Do you think it's... Do you think it's a penalty if you do leave? Is it a penalty if you leave 35 second gap?
Well, the drivers are advised to leave, I think, 10 to 15 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Gap. So it could maybe be a penalty. PS competition going alongside Orbit DBM GP2, who has some fantastic battles actually in the GTP class. Last time out, I think it was with Zekarul. Mainly, they're currently well ahead of Zekarul, but they are being held behind by the GTD. Had to get out of the throttle, and PS keep that 8th position, or maybe even move past. They started back down in 13th, started last. The PS competition, but Anthony Malgrero, former Pro-Am champion in ARL prototypes, moving through the field well.
Okay, one thing I didn't look at was those gaps to report. GTP, Cherokee have a 3.5 second gap. LMP2's still very close. Effect both the Delatraz and Roland in Delta Sport are all in a train. And in GTD, the front 3 are closed up. Oh, as I say that, Incompetent Racing just dropped. Yeah, the front 3. Oh no, it's Orbit dropping. Yeah, it looks like Orbit lost the position, but it looks like they're still.
Oh, and that's in the wall. That is in the wall. Well, they haven't blown the engine at least.
I like Ethan. He's a Ford loyalist. He's been driving the old Ford for the last 3 seasons.
Yeah.
So he was pretty stoked when this Ford came out.
I assume he'll need to take repairs for that, right? Or do you think he can soldier around for 15 minutes until he gets into the pit window?
Yeah, he'll have to look at his deltas. He might get lucky, but no, it looked pretty serious.
Change for the lead. Absolute Motorsport Acelith game past fiercely forward Pink. So that is the 3rd different leader now that we've had, I believe, in that class. Because Simify led from pole, then fiercely forward Pink, and now Absolute Motorsport Acelith.
Yeah, let's see. Fast guys, there might just be... Freddie might not have fought that one little bit. He might just be seriously focusing on the fuel number and the strategy. But yeah, these 3 are running in tandem. The next team behind is almost 6 seconds back. And let's see how they're driving. Freddie's just going defensive against Simify.
He's going to make that.
Yeah, he's going to get the drive off the corner. No, Freddie can just chill, save fuel.
Door Esports are now 13.5 seconds behind these guys after their spin earlier on. Dare I say, they might still be in race winning contention, but with a big setback after those chaotic first few laps.
Right. Okay, we have some replays. So this is the GTP start.
Real nice launch there from Cherokee, and they sort of never look back. They
Their
are
pace is
the one.
incredible.
They're the only class leaders who are still who start from pole and are still in the lead.
Yeah, nice 3-second gap as well. So everyone was pretty respectful. I think in all classes actually on the first on the infields. LMP2s, once they got going, 3.5 hours after the start. I mean, yeah, I don't like my brain screams penalty because like the GTDs were lapped on lap 2. Like that's not a gap. That's entering into a different race. So oh, that GTD just dropped the GTP from what I saw. I don't know. That's I'm not stewarding. Let's see. Oi.
Oh.
What an avoid. So this is what happened to Door.
Oh, themselves, and then Simify almost had to come to a stop. So that's how. Is that how Simify lost the lead then?
Yeah, it must have been what just.
Or I guess they. I guess they weren't in the lead because they had to take a basic, but they must have been second.
Poor impulse.
And Delachaz as well got involved. They got damage from. Oh, you can see how much damage. I mean, remarkably, they came out the worst of all of that.
Yeah, their suspension's gone.
And that's why we had drivers scattering the circuit. Not really anything that Delachaz's car can do, and that was the Orbit car, I think, just coming through the side and through
the Orbit car did him a favour, mate. Get that wreck off the track. That, honestly, like that's not a penalty. That was a community service. See ya. No, yeah. I mean, what was he doing? He could, yeah.
Well, but once you're in the middle of the circuit, though, it's tricky to get to the side of the circuit, you know.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying. That car is penalty free. That was a community service.
Okay, sure. I thought you were having a go at the.
No. I don't think he could even drive straight. I will say that's the only thing I don't like about fast pace. It encourages drivers to drive that thing back to the pits.
Sure.
Because they can get their car completely fixed and head back out again and be in the race. But yeah. We had a hero out there. I think a toe would have been quicker, to be honest. Yeah, so I don't know that incident between the GTD and the GTP. That was it's tough to call because the GTP was off the racing surface, obviously. You know, trying to stay out of the way. That was why he did it. He wasn't trying to abuse lap time or abuse track. He was trying to give the GTD space, and there was a gap, and the GTD unfortunately just, made a slightly erratic move to drop lower. Now, obviously, he's entitled to. and he possibly was never aware that the GTP was there. But that's the problem with closing speeds and doing something erratic in multi-class. If you're on a line, you stay on the line. That's sort of...
Yeah.
But that's not to say it's the GTD's fault. Very tough. Oh, that's orbit. So Effect haven't been able to drop either of the Delatraz cars. They're both there. LMP2 is actually a nice close class. 15 seconds separates all of them. Very nice. Whereas in GTD it's 3 laps, and in GTP it's 54 seconds. But that's unfair. That's only one car. 16. So yeah, GTP is looking very good as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to ask, have the LMPTs actually had to deal with any traffic so far, but they are now.
Fiercely Forward Purple having a battle with Scuderia Volop by P1 Sim.
We were told in Season 1, so about a year ago, it's Volpe.
What did I say?
Volpe.
Ah, okay, Volpe.
Volpe. I do have to think about it every time. Love the spark still. Make the most of it because it is going to be sunlight in about an hour, I think. I'm not sure when the sun rises, to be fair, but it must be like 4:30 in the morning, right? In the summer.
Yeah. Well, the car behind looking very fast.
Yeah, they've got to cover off this, and they do. On Traverse goes the long way round.
Yeah, no traction out there. Cherokee Motorsport GTP 1 is looking very fast, but they're well. I mean, there's no slouches behind, but he's keeping that 3.5 second gap.
10-second post-race penalty for Impulse Racing for contact with Team Racing Purple earlier on.
Right, yeah, we saw that before the bus stop.
So Impulse are currently running in 15th place. So it wouldn't be, like, yeah, there'll be, obviously they lost out, I think, from that. So,
yeah, all 3 wide, stay up. Okay, GTP picking wisely. This is what we love, the traffic.
yeah, already the second time round for the GTPs.
Oh, he lifted and was like, no. Do you know what? I don't want to fuel save.
I went too early. Oh, pushing it. 1x? Well, I guess with that being a 1x, you think?
I think it was okay. The exit one's okay. It hasn't changed too much.
The Alcan memes are back. Thank you, guys. Hopefully you're having a good evening. Not sure if you're racing later on, Michael. I think certainly know Lennart is going to be jumping in the LMP2.
An eye on any changes. Obviously, shout out to Anthony. Anthony from PS Competition, up 6 positions in GTP. That's no mean feat with the field that's out there. Macelift still leading this pack of 3 GTDs. Very impressive. Everyone's very quick.
Yes, so a few gaps sort of being formed in the front of the GTDs, and then, yeah, we have some closer packs. We've got Abruzzi Colour Shock at the front of this one. Of course, we do have a slight bias towards seeing the title sponsor for this series as well. They're doing very well. Andrew Medell, the British driver, up 8 places. Can't really remember seeing Andrew much so far this season, but that might be my ignorance. But he is ahead of Miguel Beltran for Team Red-X, Lens Instincts and Firebird. Impulse quickly catching them up, albeit are the one team who, at the moment, have a penalty. No drive-throughs given yet, but Impulse do have a 10-second post-race penalty.
forward to the first round of pit stops. We've got a while to go till then.
Yeah, we're probably talking about, of course, 40 minutes for the LMP2s.
Yep.
And then about 45 to 50, yeah, probably like, yeah, 48 for the GTPs, and then maybe 55 for the GTDs. They are limited to 90% fuel, remember, in the GTPs and GTDs.
Yep. Yep.
So yeah, maybe with GTPs, maybe it won't be 40. I'm not sure if they'll make the 45. That's the one they want to get to. If you get to 45, then you can do 3 stops.
Oh, Hyperion's had a problem in LMP2. Don't know if they've recovered yet, but they are going slow. I think they just dropped back a position and had an off track and were just recovering. So maybe a little half spin. We're on with Elvin from Hyperion. Yeah, they qualified 11th. They're now running P12.
Yeah, they lost 6 seconds in the 4th sectors. However, the car ahead of them, WPR powered by Alto Cumulus, also lost 3 seconds. So I think there may have been a collision between those 2 cars, or maybe just some evasive action. Here comes the GTPs through the LMP2s for the first time.
You think they get on both being prototypes, but nope. Look at the speed the LMP2s have.
Yeah, lap time difference around here actually is fairly big, 11 seconds per lap. Somewhere like Silverstone's going to be a fair bit smaller. I think Portimao in particular will be significantly smaller as well. But yeah, here
That's
the GTPs can
last
really
week,
stretch
right?
their legs.
Or is it next week, wasn't it?
Next one is Portimao, then Suzuka, then Cebu. So this is really the last sort of high-speed circuit that we've got, at least in terms of like the straights. The rest will be a fair bit narrower and a fair bit more...
Abruzzi Colour Shock just lost 2 positions to both the Team Red X teams, I think. Pulled it out the corner of my eye, but it looks like the battle's going on.
Yeah, they lost one of those places. They're trying to get it back now.
Oh, hope I didn't cause that penalty.
10-second process penalty for Delatrez Automotive by Majors. And that is our P2. And that is for the excessive gap.
Yeah, the reason popped up saying for leaving a Road Atlanta lap in distance to the class ahead. Okay, replay's coming in. Ah, that's what happened up here, and just door to door. Let's see. Oh, it's just an ugly knock, isn't it? Whoa, good avoid. Whoa. Yeah, very well avoided.
He picked the right side there. I think some drivers would have tried to go to the left, but he understood well.
Some drivers go left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Ah, sorry, I'm going down the middle.
And of course, left, right, left, right, left, right. Famously equals nothing.
Unless you're playing an early Mega Drive game, then you probably unlocked a Chico.
Yeah.
Gap in GTP's maintaining like 2.5 to 3.2. It's floated around. They're not running away with it. They just flex at the start, and now they're maintaining for fuel. But yeah, it's a shame. Obviously, the Rosso team and the Zero team aren't paired up. But I mean, Nürburgring Esports have really proved themselves to be a force to be reckoned with, especially on the strategy side. So teams are going to be careful.
Yeah, I assume Sasha Engelhardt will be getting in that car later on. If you're watching along, Sasha, do let us know if that is the case.
I think Absolute Aceliff and Delta are battling GTP. Oh, yeah. Whoa. That's the fiercely forward prototype around the outside. Now the LMDH is going to be carving their way through. And they let the LMP2s live for this corner. Whoa. Nicely done. But there's 2. Fiercely Forge using some of the grass. Oh, yeah. Nicely done.
Wide gap now between these cars, 7 seconds between Team Racing Black and RD Simsport. And Emil Groer already up 6 places for PS competition. Might be up 8 soon. We tune in now with the fight for P8, sorry, in the LMP2s. And so far, the LMP2s is by far the class which have had the least changes. Still a change for the lead. Fact Simulations leading, Delatraz Automotive by Majors, albeit the Majors car does have a post-race penalty for leaving an excessive gap. It was estimated by the stewards to be 40 seconds. And the rule states class leaders should leave a gap of approximately 15 seconds to the rear of the class ahead before reaching the start zone. So, safe to say they were not approximately 15 seconds behind.
Yeah, it's obviously it's a painful penalty, but yeah.
Yeah,
that was.
It's. I mean, it's 10 seconds. Like I think it's a fair penalty.
Yeah,
I think they can. You know, it's not a race ruiner for them.
And that gap was unwell. Like even if it wasn't a rule, like for me, it's like. You know, because I'm assuming you also mention about, you know, you follow the iRacing code and, you know, expect everyone to follow the regular iRacing rules as well. And, you know, we have an agreement in multi-class. Like, it's been this way for years. I don't know why we do it this way.
But I think it's good to leave gaps because if the class ahead has a pile-up, then you don't want the class behind to be involved.
What, because they slow for yellows? All right, mate. Are we having this again?
Well... We all know what I'm referring to. If you want to check out David being lambasted, go to the Apex Racing TV Instagram channel. Drive through for car 44 Vortex Precision for contact with Absolute Motorsport Acelith on lap 2. The stewards have some work to do. They're still back on lap 2. Vortex. Number 42, that one was.
Vortex 42.
Not seeing 42. I might be being thick though. I cannot remember where Vortex are running at the moment.
Yeah, I don't, my car numbers must not be working.
44 maybe. I think I maybe read it wrong. They're down in 20th in GTD. So
Fiercely Ford Purple are in the pits in LMP2. That's definitely unscheduled.
Might not be. You might like
27 minutes.
Well,
and they're taking tyres. That ain't.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's a good strategy.
It's not a prime strategy.
I think it might be a deliberate one nonetheless. Go for an early stretch. Maybe they had damage. Maybe they were carrying damage. And
oh yeah, they could be covering off the splash at the end and doing it now to get repaired earlier, and then cycling out to a more regular. But
because they've got to do 4 stops, have the LMP2s. We definitely know they're not going to make the 3 stop. In order to get to the 3 stop, you need to be doing 45-minute stints, and even around mid or higher, you're going to be struggling to do 45-minute stints in the LMP2.
Yeah, so maybe they're just doing enough to cover off the tyres and cover off the splash and go long to the end, and we won't know what position they're in until
that was the GTD's fault there, just not aware of the GTP coming up behind. Lightner, who's passed from Apex Racing League touring car driver, won many races as well at Championship. So Andrew Medell for Abruzzi Colour Shock Racing Team had gained 8 places from his race start. He's now only gained 6. He's lost 2 of the places that he gained, but still staying strong. Impulse Racing down 7 from their start, and with a penalty, I think, later on as well, coming their way. So
yeah, I think the Colour Shock team got up to the Team Red X guys, and obviously they're working together, and yeah, must have been tough.
Here's the battle for the lead. I mean, we say battle, I'm not sure how fussed they are really about leading this race.
No. The way I see what I've been seeing on the number board, if Dawson goes slow saving, then the Delatraz by Majors team is saving more.
Delatraz would love to have 2 teams fighting for the win. Right now, it's probably not that advantageous, but when it comes to the closing stages, it can be suffocating for the other team. We've seen it before in Apex Racing League GT3 Trophy. If you can basically occupy the top 2 places, it's very tricky to upset that. Because the second place driver always has the draft. They can protect the first place driver, and the third place driver can't really do much about it. These guys still getting pretty close to the GTDs though. As they make their way through for the second time on this class.
Whoa.
He wasn't in full control there, was he?
Well, they had to split the GTD, so he was blind to where...
Well, he managed to cut out about, what, like 10 meters it looked like, because he took such a short line that was just praying that he'd got on the brakes early enough.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're really getting close. I thought they were really just casually driving in that top 2, but I don't know, they're playing some risks.
Someone mentioned in chat, and it could be a strategy change that they're looking to now see if they can somehow find a 10-second gap. But
I mean, I think it's...
I don't know how being in your strategy now would find you 10 more. Like, your strategy is the fastest way to be, right? That's the point of the strategy.
Yeah. I mean, what you need to do is try to aim for the lowest total race time, right? I think that's sometimes what we forget. We get too occupied with external factors such as racing other teams, and strategy and all that. But in the end, it's who can complete 3 hours with the most laps. Jackie Stewart, however, we are getting a counterpoint saying that Jackie Stewart said that you want to drive as fast as you can, as slow as you can, whilst winning the race.
Yeah.
But on this occasion, that means a 10-second gap for Delatraz in order to win with their post-race penalty.
Right, let's check back in. So Cherokee leading 3.8 seconds. That's the largest largest I've seen it. And then the gaps are pretty close, to be honest, in GTP. The biggest gap is the gap between 5 and 6, apart from P13, who's obviously had some instance because they're 30 seconds off the back. In LMP2, Andrew Dawson is leading the way with obviously the 2 Delatraz teams in tow. Well, I say only one in tow, the other's a couple of seconds back. Gaps in LMP2 are very healthy all the way back, apart from... Oh, appearing in the pits. And Fisley Forward Purple have already pitted. Yes, they were the team I mentioned who pitted very early for tyres. And in GTD, Absolute Motorsport Ace Lift. Oh my god, that name. GTD with Simify and Fisley Ford Pink. Freddie's dropped off a little bit, 2.5 seconds, but maybe traffic induced. You never know. And then Delta V or 5, whatever you want to call them. 10 seconds back from that. The gaps in GTD have opened up now, but I think we're just seeing quite literally skill levels out there. Some of these drivers are very quick. Oh, absolute. Abruzzi Colour Shock are in a battle. They just lost a position. It's very close, actually, between Colour Shock, Team Red X, they're battling back and forth, and Instinct. Team Red X just... Both their teams just got a position on this lap.
Thank you to AMS Sprint Cars for saying, love me some Friday night Apex Racing TV, very kind, and thanks for tuning in as well on Wednesday for the Porsche Cups. I would like you to guess, David, how many penalties submitted have we had so far today?
How many protests?
How many protests? Submitted. Not successful, but submitted.
What, at Delatraz or in general?
No, in general.
I'm joking, by the way. Maybe. There have been I'm going to go with 18, which would be probably a record.
7.
Oh, 7.
Okay. If it was 18, I don't think I'd be.
And how many was over the gap?
Oh, I can have a look. Well, 3 for qualifying.
3 for
1
qualifying.
for the starts. Only 2. Only
So-
2 actually during the race.
All right, how many exclude German sim racing's qualifying and Delatraz's start?
I think 2.
Okay, so that's pretty good.
I think they may have been for the same instant as well. So generally, I think tensions are high, but spirits are high as well. Like everyone's not shouting at one another yet. YouTube chat seems to be alright as well. No one shouting at each other.
No? These gaps in GTD are fun. 1 and 2 are in touching distance, 5 and 6, 7 and 8.
It's been by far the closest class. The LMP2s have just basically been the same throughout. GTP's a lot of movement in the first few laps, and then it's pretty much stayed the same since. And then GTDs have constantly shuffling up and down the teams.
Yeah, as Chet's points out, Mr. Dawson has broke the draft, 1.2 seconds. I think that's the largest I've seen it. But might be team orders. Delatraz might be telling Thomas, like, dude, slow down. Give me your draft. You've got your penalty. Let me go get him.
So still Alonso 3.7 seconds ahead of... oh, by the way, we haven't mentioned it again. What did we forget to say last time? Top 2 in GTP.
Oh, is it Hamilton and Alonso again?
Yep.
Oh, my life. Oh, my life. The qualies.
Oh yeah, those quali instants will be post-race penalty for those quali instants. Just to clear that up for Daniel there. Lord Denham saying 1.5 seconds for draft in LMP2.
I mean,
I don't think
over
it's that
0.9 is barely any. I mean, there isn't really much of a draft in LMP2, but I would say like 0.91 is about the limit. At 1.1, you really start to feel it.
Simify closing back in. They were a tenth of a second faster than Absolute Motorsport. But these two have never really separated that much out. Simify, I think, lost this position on lap 2 of the race because they had to slam on the brakes when Door Esports spun in front of them.
Yeah.
And they've basically been there ever since. Door, by the way, are now 15.3 seconds behind. So Door have lost about 2 seconds since their spin in the early stages. So...
But considering the severity of the spin, to see their position and gap is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Alonso 1, Hamilton 2, haha. I mean, that's correct, right? Alonso 1, Hamilton 2. Sounds right to me.
What would you say your era of Formula 1 was? What do you think? When do you think your interest peaked? Was it those years, 2007?
No, I'm not. I'm older than you. For me, interest peaked.
I wasn't into it. Yeah.
The Schumacher era.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, just so many big names. You know, Gerhard Berger. I'm a little bit older than you. John Lacey. Oh my God. Names you see statues of.
Yeah. LMP2 drivers are pitting, so we've got Alcantech NHR, On Traverse Racing, Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim, and WPR powered by Alto Cumulus.
Yeah, it's still a little early. Let's see. Orton with a very fast pit stop.
GTP is already in, so they are not making the 45 minutes. I thought 1 or 2 might sneak it.
Oh, ignore me. That was 54. They've already been in.
Well, 1 and 2 GTPs might reach the 45, but it seems like at Daytona, which is by far the highest fuel consumption circuit of the season, they are not going to make it.
Scuderia Volpi by P1, a slow pit stop compared to the other teams around him. 2 to 5 seconds slower. And
P2
Dawson's in.
leader. Good stop. It's a tricky pit lane here because you're going so fast. You got to decelerate from what, 80 kilometers an hour to.
Yeah, I
nothing?
like the pit entry here. I take a line that people. I go very low. I go below the line.
Sure.
Like 9 miles below the line. But I've never been told I can't do it, so I don't do it for speed. I do it to get my car straight. This is the hardest corner on the track. This one here.
Where it used to be.
Yeah, there's still a dip that you do not want to put a tyre
Sure.
into. So let's look at those pit stop times. Dawson with a very fast pit stop, 34.5, 34.9, 30. Yeah, so I was right. Very slow stop from Scuderia Volpi. I wonder what happened. So they've lost basically 5 seconds in pit road. Now you could put 3 of it down to fuel saving, but where's the next 2? A poor entry maybe?
So that was the Volpi car, was it?
Yeah, basically 5 seconds off.
Yeah. Yeah, that is strange. Maybe just missed the jacks. I'm not quite sure what our system picks up on, whether it's like when they enter their pit stall or whether it's when they go up on the when they start getting service. But yeah, that is a long time.
Yep, the rest of the LMDH is in. Oh, I say that. Fast Repair Motorsport GTP has gone on. What position were they in? Oh, they were in 9th, okay. But still.
Yeah, unfortunately still not going to make the 45. I'll get to about 43 minutes into the race before having to pit. So there is Justin Alonso for Jerky Motorsport GTP. Much shorter pit stop than hit some of his rivals. Some of his rivals seemingly taking more fuel.
Yeah,
whereas maybe this team are taking their short stint now, getting a good advantage, and then we'll take the
because it's
the penalty
18
later.
seconds quicker.
Yeah. But I mean, the stop at the end of the race is only going to need to be 20 minutes to go. So they've probably got about 20 minutes of fuel. They can basically do a half stint. And that is pretty much what they've done. They put in 27 seconds of fuel when maximum would have been about 45.
Yeah.
So they've taken a lot of their sort of margin right there and then.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Don't know. We'll see. I can't think of any cons that stand out. It might just have their fast guy in and they want him to just do a bit extra, you know, like lock in the half part. I'm not sure. So you make the qualifying guy start the race. Yeah, that's good. You don't see that enough. So the multi-class aspects of the race has definitely calmed down. Hence why we saw so much scary stuff at the start because of how close that gap was.
Yeah.
GT3s, there were no gaps. The gaps were literally artificially created by the LMDHs coming through the first time.
It's a bit of a deceiving track map, this one, because, you know, it always looks like, oh, everyone's so crowded in the infield. Of course, the speed of the infield is so much slower. Like, you're spending how much of the lap? Like, what, a third of the lap in terms of time on the infield? So you should have a third of the drivers on the infield. So if anything, the infield's a bit empty right now. But then there's a big chunk of drivers just going across the line as we're watching right now. You will all start being on top of one another. That's the Delchaz Automotive by Majors. They have dropped a bit of effect, so they were about 1.5 seconds behind, I believe, before the pit stop, and now they're just over 2 seconds. They did lose half a second in the pit stop, so that's part of that. Maybe a little bit of traffic. And the Delchaz Automotive car as well in third, I feel like they've dropped off a bit as well. They're now 5.5 seconds off P2.
Yeah, their pit
8
stop was
seconds off the lead.
pit stop was almost 2 seconds off the front runners.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not that far ahead of Delta Sport either, who are having a good run. Nikolai Pedersen in running 4th place.
Dior is 14.7 off the lead now. That's quite a real recovery, actually.
Galei is into the pits for fast repair. Oh, so they actually went another lap.
Oh,
They
wow.
went 2 laps further. Well, like, they're really... Maybe they will be able to do the 45.
Yeah,
Maybe they will be able to do the 45.
but they have to. You can't just do it and it be a strategy. You've got to prove it, right? And if
You need to keep on doing it. Yeah.
and the gap needs to be maintained. If you blow the gap that you gained, like from the loss of a pit, like, you know what I mean? If you're actually out on track longer than the pit stop, you would have lost.
Well, they're taking a full tank. So it looks like they're going to try to do it.
I mean, don't get me wrong, hats off.
And that has been the strat every other round. And when I say every other round, I mean 2 other rounds. But if it's not going to be possible somewhere, it's not going to be possible here. And I don't think the Acura is that good on fuel as well.
It's not.
Even on the best days, it's
no.
the Porsche, isn't it? Which is better.
Well, maybe here with the amount you're on throttle, but still, the Acura is still good on fuel.
Penalty for Abruzzi colour shock. That is a 10-second post-race. Unsafe rejoin into
we didn't see
the
that.
fiercely forward purple car. I can see what lap that was on. Lap 23. It's more of a recent one.
Oh, Dan in chat is pointing out they pitted on lap 2 or 3 for a fast repair. Oh, okay. No, yeah, we don't see any stops before this one, Dan, but right, I think, yeah, the car that pitted on lap 2 or 3 was the team that's pitting now, the Absolute Motorsport Acelif GTP.
Yeah, there's 2 aceless. So what's one of them? One of them is just the GTP car, and one of them is the Camus car. So that is where the confusion is coming from. There you go. That's the one that went long on the first stint.
No, it's Fast Repair Motorsport GTP.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's all good. It's all good.
Just chatting rubbish.
They're 48 seconds off the lead, so when I say it's not going to work for the lead, but yeah, they may get 4 positions from it.
Yeah. And I mean, as well, I feel like as well, sometimes we can place too much importance on this strategy as well, because when it's a marginal one like this, the reason why it's marginal is because you only gain or lose 5 seconds either way. So it's not as though it's like a silver bullet which is going to bring them 30 seconds come the end of the race. The reason why it's close is because you have to save fuel. So, you know, you might save 10 seconds, but it's not going to be like an insane strategy that wins you the race, you know?
Yeah, these teams are working together nicely.
John Powers asking a really good question. Why are Daytona races always at night? Does the game not have a daylight version? Well, John, I think that's such a good question.
It is.
Because like, I can appreciate, as someone, I'm not sure how familiar you are with iRacing, John, but I appreciate you probably think that because it is always at night. So the reason why it's at night is, one, because generally people like to drive at night. It's a bit different to the day, and Daytona is by far the best circuit at night in the sim because it's extremely well lit. You have fireworks.
Fireworks, yes.
And all of that stuff. Also, track
Fireworks
temperatures are lower, which generally makes it a little bit more fun to drive in as well, a little bit more grip out on circuit.
Let's be honest, it's because everyone's unoriginal, so Daytona's always at night. Be honest, just say it.
Well, yeah. But the originality that we have for this series is that it will be day by the end of the race.
Plus, this is such a well-lit track. This isn't a track where you even practice the night.
Exactly, yeah.
From the driver's cam, it never gets dark.
Even a Spa, which is maybe the second best night circuit, even then, the visibility is not great.
No, Spa, not great at night. You need to definitely have practiced Spa at night. Especially when you're tired. Here we go, we've got an onboard. Yeah, Daytona never gets dark.
Craig King saying earlier this season GT3 Sprint Series was in the day, it was like 20 degrees warmer than it is right now in the sim. So yeah, it gets warm in Florida, but at night here it really only peaks at about 23, I think.
Did Orbit have a problem just then? I'm not sure. Duo is in the pits.
A little bit of an earlier stop for them. Probably only a lap earlier than the rest. I think everyone else will be being in soon. Frustrating first stint, of course, for Dort. Oh, that's way over for Team Red X. They were one of the earliest pit stalls. Fortunately, they didn't go back so far as to be disqualified. But some of the GTD teams will be caught out by that. The first pit stall is an awful place to be.
Yeah, it's awful. But there's nowhere worse than Alton Park. It's already tricky, but then you have to go round the barrier.
It's like a chicane, isn't it?
Yeah, but to get into the first pit stall,
sure,
it's almost against the wall. So you kind of have to, yeah.
It's one of the shortest pit lanes in iRacing is Alton Park. So I think they only have 36 pit stalls. I think it might not even be that. I think it's 18, but then they double up. So yeah, they try to cram as many of them in. But it is annoying. But here, of course, you're entering with so much speed that that's another element that makes it very, very tricky. Michael Halfler-Darson mentioning that the tyres are dead on lap 2. What class is that, Michael? Is that GTP? Or is that LMP2? I know Alcontech are driving in LMP2, so...
No, he's talking about GT3.
Oh, GT3. Okay. Fiercely Forward Pink and Absolute Motorsport Acelith into the pits, but Simify managed to continue. So Simify, who of course were in the draft for the entirety of that first stint, have been able to go an extra lap, along with Delta V, number 1. It won't mean that they can do one less pit stop or anything, but it will give them a little bit less fuel to take on later on.
Yeah, let's see how all this plays out. So David Gomez is in for the Fiercely Forward Pink.
Oh, so Absolute Motorsport Acelith have gone for the short stop. So these GTDs can basically take, another half tank read. They'll pit with about half an hour to go, so they can take a half tank.
Wait,
and he's taken a short pit stop.
Something's wrong with the Fiercely Forward Pink pit stop.
I think
maybe a speeding penalty.
No, yeah, you're right. I was thinking it was all right. No. They were just taking a lot of fuel, but that is awful for Fiercely Forward Pink. Had a chance at the race win.
Yeah, well...
58. I don't know.
So 58 would be 28. 28 is, it's Dior's 25. So, yeah, I'm going to say...
Is it a 30-second penalty?
40.
So then it would be 18. So unless they took a tiny amount of fuel, but you need to take more than 18. If you're taking 18, then you're not even taking tyres at that point. So... let us know, anyone from Fiercely Forward.
Maybe the tyres weren't... No, it's too long a penalty. If the tyres weren't ticked and then they ticked them in post, I still don't think that would cost you.
So apparently they were 15 Ks above the limits when they came into the pits.
So maybe the timing is just a little incorrect on our screen, so a timing penalty. A speeding penalty. Freddie's not going to be happy.
So Simify can take a bit of time here. They will be not necessarily leading. Absolute Motorsport might be ahead of them because Absolute Motorsport took less fuel. It really depends how much fuel Simify decides to take.
Yeah,
I can't remember, is it Simify who always take a short first stint? Or is it Door? I think it's Door who always take the short first stint.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Apart from today, it looks like... Oh, no, yeah, Door did it again. Yeah. So Door doing their standard strategy, which they've done for the first 3 rounds, which is take a half tank in the first stop. And it served them very well. They are championship leaders at the moment. Simify take a full tank. They're not a...
yeah, I think so. I think so.
Yeah,
34. Oh, no, 34. Yeah, but if they saved that much, they're also on a slightly less... I'm not sure. It does seem to be at 37, 38. I'm not sure. It's hard because every team is... Star Pucken, thank you for the sub to the Apex Racing TV channel. I had to think about that last bit. I'm on so many channels, like I really had to.
Is Star Pucken a Battlestar Galactica reference?
Hope so. I love Battlestar, but the BSG is one of my favourite shows.
Let us know if that's a Starbuck reference.
instinctive in. They went long.
I'm going to be honest here. I can't remember what the order was before the pit stops in GTD.
I do. It was Absolute Motors Aceliff, and then it was Simify.
So why are Simify 13.5 seconds off now? That's what I'm confused about. Because Absolute took the same amount of fuel as what Simify did. So that's what I'm confused about. I thought Simify was second, but why are they so far back now?
In-lap issues, it sounds like.
So maybe an issue on the in-lap. I think they spun in the bus stop, maybe.
Hello to
On
Ascari in
at
chat.
the end of their in-lap, I think. I think that's where they lost the time. So Door up to second. So, how are... So, to be fair, Door took less fuel.
Yes, 10 seconds.
But, they're 8 seconds ahead of Simify, and he took 9 seconds less of fuel. So, in reality, they are basically on top of one another. So Door, despite a spin earlier on lap 2, pretty much have got as good a chance as anyone of winning this race now.
So, yeah, maybe we can get a replay, but it looks like Simify had an absolute nightmare of an in-lap.
Yeah.
And do you know what could have happened? I'm throwing a hypothesis.
Wonderful.
I think they accidentally went one lap too long and had to fuel save.
Oh, that's a... Yeah, no. That's a possibility. They could have been spluttering.
We've all been there. Ascari saying, this is where David is hiding from Road America. Hey, I did my due. I did quite a few. I've just been busy, but nice to see you, mate. I love that track. I'll try and do one this weekend, or 2, or 3. I've got a new dog. It's dog life now. The sim just comes second at the moment.
Are there any dog genres on streaming? Are there any
what?
Dog grooming or something? Can that be?
Are you asking
your
me
main
if I'm
focus now?
What? No.
I'm just thinking. I mean, maybe the whole sim racing thing. Maybe it was good whilst it lasted, but I think maybe you need to reinvent yourself.
Thanks.
A different industry. Diversify. Get a new audience.
Paul in chat. I'm strategist. Of course, we're on the best strat. He is obviously Dior, who have done really well there.
Yeah, you guys are very good at this strat. I love the short first stop. It's a trademark now for them. So Simify were mega fuel saving on their in-lap. That's why they lost probably... How much time did they lose? So they're now... They probably lost 15 to 20 seconds. Closer to 20 seconds, I think.
John Williams in chat.
Competent racing team are off the track, by the way. They had an issue. Uh-oh. They're actually on the track. Now they need to try not to go into the pits, unless they want to.
I think... I don't know. Looking at the angle they were at... Oh, they missed the box as well.
Well, that's a shame. They were doing really well with German sim racing, weren't they?
Well,
but
they have that penalty as well.
This is their second pit stop. So that they weren't meant to pit, but I guess they crashed, and then fortunately the pits were there.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get a penalty for a dangerous entry. I don't know. It depends how their entry came in. I just think it'll be marked as a danger. I forget what the penalty's called, dangerous pit entry. But we'll keep an eye on it. Oh, a very short pit stop. John Williams in chat. I can confirm David was on track murdering GT3s. I did have a bit of a 4-lap moment, which was a rare one for me. I killed 2 GT3s. It was both timing call, both the same thing. It was just poor timing. But again, I had just got a dog the late night before. It was a 6-hour round trip. I woke up very tired. I wanted to race. I did. I'm a dog parent now. I was very tired, and unfortunately, yeah. Roland, thanks for the sub, mate. On board with Instinct Racing, running P15 in GTD. Pitted on lap 25. In Incompetent Racing. Wait, that can't be their first. No, it's not.
So I thought they'd just come into the pits themselves, but that was German sim racing, wasn't it? But yeah, incompetent are in as well.
Wait.
And they're out as well. 7.5 seconds, so just a faster pair, it looked like.
Fiercely Ford Pinker in. What's going on? They just served a penalty.
Oh man, what
A
an
speeding
awful stint.
penalty.
I mean, I hope they haven't they've got a penalty the other way.
What, on the way out?
Well, it's a very short pit stop. That must be a faster pair again, right?
Yeah, we'll check. We'll get there.
Because you never have, like, when it comes to iRacing penalties, you never have like a 1 second stop and hold, do you? It's either a drive through or a like 30-second stop and hold.
See, ironically, that is where you're massively mistaken.
Is it a
but
1 second
no,
stop and
but
hold?
most people don't know that. What you said is what most people think. It's usually the visor tear off that's costing you all that time. Stop and go is instant.
Oh, okay.
You
sure.
just need, it's practical instant, sorry, it's nigh on nothing.
Yeah.
But most people check their fuel and tyres, but they leave the visor tear off, and the visor tear off, yeah, is...
and then it whacks on 40 seconds at that point, right?
Yeah. But no, that could have been just a fast pair from damage. That's what I'm guessing. I don't think they... yeah. I think it was a fast pair. We'll see if there was a crash.
It's been a very chaotic round. I'd say not necessarily the best round. I think Spa was the best round this season. But this has been the most chaotic.
Let's see. Yeah, this could all come down to strategy and some good battles at the end.
A lot of drivers with setbacks, though. Certainly in the GTDs. The GTDs is sometimes our calmest class. I'd say that's probably been the case for the first 2 rounds of the season. Not today. Team Racing Purple up into 4th position, by the way.
Delta V Racing 1 having a problem in GTD. They're currently P5. I think they've just had a moment. I see them off a pit lane. And
So this was German sim racing, right?
My life.
Oh, wow. 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 Oh, no. I think one
my-
did get hit.
Let's see this again.
I don't know who this is involving besides German sim racing.
Oh my lord.
So fiercely forward.
Oh, that's the damage alert. That's why fast repairs fought. So what happened?
I mean, did they all? I think they all hit each other at the same time, right?
Yeah,
Oh, it's just. And the other one was incompetent
Whoa.
racing team. Oh, oh,
Oi!
right.
Oh my god.
Well, there is a Abruzzi prize this season for best save, and a typical save is like a good slide. However, I think we give the prizes, so I am more than willing to give it for something like that. To me, that's a save. You saved yourself.
I was
from
disagreeing while you were saying it, but I suppose you are correct. It doesn't have to be a self-save of your own.
Yeah, you're
idiocy.
saving against someone else.
Yeah. But yeah, well carved. That was well carved. But as for the incident,
Not yet, Lennart, by the way, in chat. Not yet. Patience, my man.
and duplicate posting,
Well, yeah,
This
we
week-
could ban you.
duplicate posting this week will get you get your name removed from that.
Yeah, so watch it.
But also, it's still not now, guys. Like, we appreciate,
Yeah,
and
we
Abruzzi really appreciate the passion. but-
You know, guys, like, this is our YouTube chat, and we make the rules. So I wouldn't recommend you trolling us, yeah?
Hey, yo, yo.
Daniel Yeeman in the car for Orbit DBM Mars. That's the GTD machine. That's their second pit stop. That's not scheduled, is it? They cannot get to the end of the race on one more stop. Man, so many instances. Tricky to keep our heads. Maybe Orbit. Oh, Orbit crashed, obviously, didn't they? They crashed at the kink.
Right.
Like 20 minutes in, if you recall. So that's why they pitted. So
Yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, it was Ethan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well remembered. Also, Justin. Oh, Jericho's gap. They did a short pit stop. 27 versus 39, 45s.
Oh yeah, I didn't see.
Massively short, so they got the 9-second lead, which
isn't enough.
Is not enough. Something's gone wrong there. A 12-second reduced pit stop, and now they're net 3 seconds down.
Well, the gap's just been coming down, I think. There you can see it. On that last lap, it came down by 7/10. What I would say, good news for Jerky, is that they did go 1 lap further on their last tank. They're pitting now? They are... What? Oh, no. Well, no, this makes sense. This makes sense. So I'm so used to the GTD pit stops at this point that it seems weird. But no, they pitted on about 40 minutes in, and now they've done their short stint. They'll go all the way to the end of the pit lane, pretty much. They took pole position. And get stationary. Well, they changed driver. Justin Alonso has been in that car from the start. It looks like he's going to stay in it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about their strategy at the moment. I think net leader is Movana Azzurro now, funny enough. I've been wrong once before. It was a long time ago, but... no, I mean, it is still tough to call. Obviously, traffic's going to play a big part in all this.
Yeah, they're certainly still in play. Alonso taking a long pit stop this time. They're not trying to abbreviate this one. They don't really have that much to play with now. They've got to be averaging 40... They've got to be averaging 38 minutes per stint to the end, which is pretty much a full stint. Like, that short stint that they took for their second stint, like, that was all their margin used up. From now on, they're going to have to put full tanks of fuel in to get to the end of the race. So yeah, Azzurro leading Rosso by 8.5 seconds. I think this is the 3rd race in a row where MSS Movana have had a 1-2 at one point of the race, but so far this season, something's gone wrong for one of them. In round 1, it was the Azzurro car which had an issue, and then last time it was the Rosso car spinning by themselves at Pouon, which put them out of contention. Obviously Ford Purple in the LMP2s, by the way, is coming to the pits. And by the way, Effect Simulation's just edging out that gap. We haven't really been focusing on the LMP2s so a whole lot, but honestly, oh, whoa. That was the GCT trying to help out, I think, but doing anything but. But there's really been no changes in the LMP2s. The gaps between the top 3 have just edged out slightly. Delta Sport doing a really good job. Nikolai Pedersen in that car keeping tabs with the podium. Alpha Esports, trust them to come back into play later on. But yeah, not really many changes in the LMP2s. It has so far been the dullest class, but the first 2 rounds.
Ford Purple just completing their pit stop.
Yes, yep. Those 6 seconds, full tank of fuel for them. They may drop to last. No, they're going to hold on. They're going to hold on against Hyperion, who are currently in that 12th place.
So I assume Paul Busby's in next for Effect. Excited to see that.
Yeah, good to see Paul back. What is... so this was the battle for last place in the LMP2s that I was talking about, and Fiercely Ford Purple did come out in front of Hyperion. Good news for them. In the GTDs, gap between the leaders at 4.8 seconds between Absolute Motorsport Acelith and Door Esports. I think it was these two who collided at Spa and basically ruined Absolute Motorsport's race. But it was Absolute Motorsport's fault, I think. But yeah, didn't end well at Spa.
So we have a lot of Alcantech fans in the chat, and I just found a funny fact that I've just noticed right now. The guy driving in the car right now, I've drove on the same team as him many moons ago.
Hey, Matthew Crisp.
Yep.
Yep.
Monza.
He has been around for a while, hasn't he?
Yep. So there you go.
Ah, congratulations, Paul. That's really good news.
Yeah, best news, mate.
So here is P17 Delta V Racing, just ahead of German Sim Racing Orange. What could have been for this team? Started in 14th. I think they were up 8 places. I think they were into P6 at one point. but then were involved in that multi-car incident, which meant that they had to take an extra pit stop, and that is why they are in the lowly 18th position right now, albeit trying to come back. They've got better pace, at least, than the one car in front of them, and a few other cars as well further up the road. Could still fight for a top 12, maybe. I think anything higher than that might be a bit ambitious. And here's also Nick Jerkovic battling with Abruzzi Colour Shock Racing Team ahead of them.
There's a nice gaggle going on out there
behind.
around that position.
Yes, yeah.
So it's the Delatraz Automotive by Majors team with the penalty, right? But yeah, the Delatraz team driven by Delatraz is just yeah, falling off a little bit here and there. I mean, I'm not going to say they're slow because he's not slow. None of what he's doing is slow, but you know, 7.3 is outside of the fuel window range, you know, for a strat.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on this Cherokee pit stop. We have to wait a very long time. In about an hour, we'll know if their pit stop's just not gone, strat's just not gone their way. By our rudimentary mathematics, they're 3 seconds off.
Yeah, yeah. And they lost that 3 seconds, I think, in that stint, and maybe even more as well.
And they maintained like a 3 second lead the whole day.
Yeah, so I mean, in total, it must have been like a 6 second loss that they had in that second stint. I think we should have a individual from each team who relays to us all that happens to each team. So if a team loses 1.5 seconds at any moment, we can go, "Oi,
careful what you wish for," because it'll be
tell us
blah
what
blah
happens.
blah. That GT3 just blah 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 at us, and
Sure.
yeah. So beware what you wish for.
We're fortunate we've got that with the Encompass guys. I mean, they're not short on words, so they'll let us know anything. They'll let us know what. Yeah, absolutely anything. So, but yeah, if we could have other people from other teams do that, then that would be much appreciated. Delta V still marginally ahead of German sim racing. Hyperion Esports by Garagels French as well, just coming out of the pits. I wonder, would this be a good time for the Auckland? Oh my god, I'm getting so absolutely mind blown by them. Is this a good time for the Abruzzi prize?
Give me 2 seconds. Freddie. Go on, sorry. Freddie, what happened, mate? Freddie's in chat. He said he did lost 20 seconds. That's what we wondered. Because it did seem too much for a speeding penalty, but it did look like you came in a bit quick. But Freddie saying he lost 20 seconds in the pits by pure magic.
That sounds like Freddie did something wrong, but... Sure. So, we are going to do our competition now as well, and of course this series is sponsored by Abruzzi, and of course Abruzzi established back in 2018, selling custom karting boots and gloves, and but Abruzzi have spread its roots to encompass all avenues of sim, kart, and motorsports industries, priding themselves on fantastic customer service and building a reputation for next-level customer support and service and support. Abruzzi are now leading stockists and suppliers for some of the world's top sim racing brands, including Moza, Simagic, Simforge, and Next Level Racing, just to name a few. From one extremity of FIA suits and boots to the other end of the scale of full rig setups, Abruzzi is the place to find all you need and everything in between. Do check out abruzzi-official.co.uk and use the code APEX 15 off as well in order to get a discount as well, 15% discount off your order. However, we are also going to be offering as well a free set of boots as well for a driver in chat, and the competition hasn't started yet. However, once I type in Abruzzi star in chat, you can type in the word Abruzzi and you will be put to a raffle, and then we'll pick out a name by random, and whoever's name we pick will win a pair of custom boots. we will say that any duplicate entries will be discarded. So please only type in Abruzzi.
Not discarded. You'll have all your entries discarded.
Or all your entries will be discarded. Apologies.
Yes.
Like if you put in Abruzzi twice, we will just kick you out completely. So please do not do that. Just type it in once, and everything should be good. So I will type in Abruzzi starts, and we will start a timer as well. Just give me a moment, and I will start it now. So please type Abruzzi in chat now in order to have a chance at winning a pair of custom gloves.
I'm tempted to do it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it is gloves. I was saying those boots before, but no, that's another prize. It is gloves that you win.
Busby's trying his luck for 2 pairs. I mean, it's not in the rules. Wow.
So this is the closest battle in the LMP2s at the moment. On Traverse racing ahead of Team 11, you and Marshall in that car. As we've got the GTP leader in and GTP second place, so Azura and Rosso on the same strat. I think they went for full tanks both stints so far. And so they're going to put another full tank in, I imagine. And they will have about probably 20 minutes to play with at the end of the race when they take their last pit stop.
Paul gave his gloves to Andy, now he wants to win them.
By the way, we've got another 30 seconds of the Abruzzi period, so if you haven't put Abruzzi in the chat yet, please do, and you might get some gloves.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any duplicates either.
Good work, people. So Azura and Rosso still in the pit stop, but yeah, they're taking full tanks. Yeah, I think that's full tanks. Maybe a couple of seconds short, but probably just had a little bit of fuel left in the tank. Anyway, we will now end the Abruzzi period. So thank you everyone who put in a message there. And we will let you know before the end of the stream who has won those prizes. Oh, Lane 77. Unfortunately, that was too late. Lane.
Oh. Oh.
Better luck next time.
Oh, no.
I think, to be fair, there is like a delay, isn't there? But like, obviously, once I type it in the chat, then that's it.
No.
But yeah, you probably heard my voice after you typed it. But hard luck.
Oh, Ascari entered. He mentioned before the stream that if he wins, he's giving them to me. So if you just send him straight to me, it's fine.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, that's all great.
The battles generally, particularly in the Pirates types, are dying down. We've just got a couple going on. We are sort of midway through the pit stops as well for both classes. Some drivers taking the short stints, some drivers trying to extend it, as we have 3 wide in 3 different classes, which is always cool. This is the Absolute Motorsport Aceless GTP. We've actually got, yeah, and then the LMP2 is just... Yeah, there is a GTP behind, isn't it? There's a GTP behind, I think. Across the line they go. That is very wide.
Architects just served their pit stop, so has Effect. We're expecting the Delatraz boys in soon.
So just working out, sorry, this is this for position? It's not, no. So Absolute Motorsport Aceless GTP. I get confused between the cars. But yeah, Absolute Motorsport Aceless GTP have pitted twice, but their last pit stop on lap 29, so that one wasn't for position. But yeah, the top 3 in LMP2 are now.
To the 2 Matties, unfortunately, you missed it. We'll be announcing the winner soon. Sorry. Bit like your standing starts, mate. You're a bit slow off the go there.
So both Chaz cars change drivers. Nikolai Pedersen staying in for Delta Sport. Now, I believe Delta Sport have got a new driver for this. Oh, Archie Heron, by the way, has got into the Alpha Esports car. One of the youngest drivers, I think, is Archie on the grid. Former F4 driver in Apex Racing League.
Okay, so the Delatraz boys are in. Let's keep an eye. Pit stops are very close. Again, if Effect are setting the benchmark, then yeah. Again, Delatraz Automotive, a majors match. Actually beat this time. And then just another half-second back. So the Delatraz Automotive team just not as good on fuel saving, but still strong.
I think I saw Roland in chat earlier on. He's part of the Delta Sport team. Would be interesting, Roland, when you're planning on getting in the car, if you are getting into the car. Because, yeah, of course, Pedersen stayed in. Okay, so we are going to do the draw. So we've got a random number generator, and we've assigned each of the entries a number. So depending on what the number is, then we will pick out a different name. We have 23 entries, I think, for today. So we'll get to that in a moment. But I think we do now have it available. So there it is. And let's see what number we are going to get. It's number 8. So, number 8. You could be a lucky person. Let us know if you... Well, we'll find out in a moment.
Yeah, I thought so. But
It is Andrea Barilaro, who is... the
8th entry.
Barilaro. Yeah, Andrea Barilaro. Congratulations for some gloves. Come on, Abruzzi. You're a very lucky person. You joined an exclusive club of Paul Busby and whoever won it last time.
I forget who won it. He was pretty active in chat as well, so it's quite cool. That's what you like to see.
So we tune back in with Impulse Racing, moving up into 4th position past Team Racing Purple. And that is a 100% legitimate overtake. Impulse actually started ahead of Team Racing Purple, but fell behind, have had their setbacks. I think, is it Impulse with the 10-second penalty as well?
Correct.
So they do need to build a gap, but they've got plenty of time to do it. They are 42 seconds off the lead, and that's not strategy. That is legit. The top 3 just totally far away from the rest of the field today in the GTDs. So too many incidents for the drivers behind. Could have had the likes of Delta V and German Sim Racing up there as well, along with Impulse, but instead they've fallen by the wayside.
Well, Dora had a large moment, but they're back in it. Well,
lost.
Partly because of good strategy and good pace, but also Simify's massive loss in pace on the pit fate. Oh, I assume they just accidentally went a lap long, and then yeah, just fuel saved around. I think we got it confirmed.
Andrea, if you could answer the questions in the chat. That's Andrea Barilaro. That'd be much appreciated, so we can contact you.
Hopefully he's still here.
Liam Willman gets into Door Esports. Have we seen Willman so far this season?
No, he must be new. Maybe. I don't recall the name. So what happens if Andrew doesn't claim it to go to one of the commentators? I forget the rule.
I think, yeah, I think that's...
A glove each.
Yeah.
Oh, he's driving. That's why he can't.
Oh, no. Oh, okay, sorry. It took me a while.
All right. Yeah.
Apparently that was an accident.
He's probably reading the chat, like trying to type, like gonna bin it for some gloves.
I really want those gloves.
Yeah.
Well, I can see if he's in the... Yeah.
Paul confirming how he did a stint at Silverstone. Did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Door sort of fell by the wayside, didn't they, at Silverstone? So I'm not sure if that was their bad stint, or I think they had a crash, I think, did Door. And yeah, fell back.
I don't think Paul wants to discuss it.
Oh, was that Paul?
No,
when Paul was in the
I
car?
think he just wasn't happy with Silverstone. I think it was Silverstone.
I feel like the GTPs are going wider and wider at T1 as the race goes on. Yeah, there's the man of the hour. Chasing down Movano Rosso. So the top three, no, sorry, the top one in the GTPs hasn't pitted. Fast Per Motorsport GTP. They're trying the 3-stop, I think. They need to get to 1 hour 30 to make it work. But besides that, it's looking very competitive. Jerky's gap has come down a bit to MSS Movano Azzurro. And they pitted much earlier, of course. So, yeah, it's not looking great for Jerky. They really seem dominant in the early stages.
Oh, very.
Alonso. But Alonso's pace advantage in that first stint hasn't translated to the second and third stints.
Maybe they're trying something with their strat? I don't know. Track Mac always looking busy here, but deceiving, as we said.
Yep.
So when does it get sunny, Sam?
Could we get the in-sim time up, perhaps? I can Google Daytona sun... Oh, apparently we can't. Yeah. Daytona sunrise. Oh! It's way later. 6:46.
Is it on
in the morning. So
today's date? Let's get the session.
I think so. So we might not get to the sun. It's 6:46. That's really late, but they are closer to the equator than us, so they don't have such extreme, like, solstices between winter and summer. So
Don't try and sound smart to undo your mistake.
no, because that made sense. Everyone will understand what I meant.
Yeah.
And if they don't, then
Whoa, I read that as a 100-second penalty. No, it's 10. Contact with 319 on lap 34. Yikes.
that is one of the front running. Oh no, I was wrong. I was saying that was one of the front running GTPs. Nope, they're running 12th out of 13. So it wouldn't make a difference right now for them. But if they could catch and pass Zekrul Esports, then it might. Medmo asking for sunlight. I'm sorry, Medmo, but it is the summer in Europe at the moment, so I think we get enough sun as is. Wake up at 4 in the morning tomorrow and you'll be able to indulge yourself in it.
You said the session opens at, was it 2 in the morning? In
2
practice?
in the morning, so
And there's
100-minute
what,
practice, so that's 3:40. Then
Yep.
iRacing advances a bit, so let's say that's 4.
4.
Then let's say half an hour for qualifying, so 4:30 advances a bit, 4:45, and then the race should end at what, 7:45?
Yeah, so sunlight.
So yeah, we'll get an hour of sunlight. So yeah, it should be coming like half an hour, but I don't know about you. That is not exactly a bright sky. Rather the opposite, dare I say.
Yep.
Lord Denham saying, finally started to get dark at night where I live. Where do you live? Like in the Arctic Circle or something, Lord?
Sweden, Norway, maybe that sort of way.
Yeah. Yeah, so some days up there it just doesn't set. Sunset here is in 10 minutes time. Oh, okay. It's easy to get confused when you're in a very dark room, which is our Apex Racing TV esports studio. Doesn't feel like the sun is outside, but
Correct.
We're being told it is. Trondheim in Norway is Lord Denham, so yeah, that sounds northern. Cherokee getting past Faster Pair Motorsport because Faster Pair finally pit, but they are short of the 1 hour 30, so
I guessed it.
They're
Norway.
sort of making it work, our faster pair, but they're going to need to do a lot of fuel saving still. A lot of fuel saving. Might get a little bit easier to fuel save later on if the track temperature warms up. I mean, less grip out on circuit, and therefore they'll be on the power less, but it's going to be a negligible difference.
Fast Repair Motorsport GTP in. Oh, as you mentioned, yeah, sorry. Halfway through reading the name, I realised.
So now our top drivers in GTPs are pretty much accurate. Cherokee leading Azuro, but Azuro should have a shorter pit stop later on. And it's Rosso who really dropped the Azuro team, actually. Great pace from Simon Coulartz for Nirvana Azuro in this stint to gap his teammates and close the gap to the leaders. And of course, Nürburgring Esports Carousel nearly won last time out, currently down in P5, but they were a similar amount off at this point at Spa, and they nearly won. But this time they are doing the same amount of pit stops as everyone else, so it's not as though they're going to be able to have a silver bullet like it was that day. Delatraz Automotive, only just ahead of Delta Sport. They have been pressured by Delta Sport for really the last hour of this race, ever since the first pit stop, and they cannot shake them off. Gap 3/10.
Yeah, I think they're getting through the pit stop phase this time round. They can maintain this distance. Just looking at that Cherokee gap, 3 seconds. I can't be right. Why is it so low?
Well, they took.
Yeah, but
Well, they're just slower. I think
they were so dominant.
They were, but I think that Azuro, I think Coulartz, like, we shouldn't underestimate just how quick Coulartz has been in this stint. Like, you gotta remember that. Like, Coulartz has closed in on Cherokee as fast as they've dropped Rosso. So, like, Cherokee and Rosso have been the same pace.
Right.
It's just that
He is
Azuro
cooking
faster than both.
Because what was the pit stop difference? Like 12, 13 seconds, I want to say, on the first pit stop?
I think it was, yeah, maybe 12 seconds, but they did take 2 more seconds on the last stop. So that reduces it down by 2 seconds. So we're maybe talking about 10 seconds. So in reality, the Azuro car probably about 6 seconds ahead of the Cherokee car, assuming that they've got the same fuel consumption.
And am I right in saying at the moment, Delatraz Automotive by Majors, that 10-second penalty won't cost them a position at the moment? Oh, and Delta Sport have got by.
Yep, they have got past. Yeah, right now they would be 10.5 seconds ahead of Alpha. So Alpha could catch.
So that is the one thing the Majors team did not want to see just then. Delta Sport getting by, because they could have controlled that gap.
Racing incidents. Either car predominantly at fault between German Sim Racing Orange, who have already got a penalty, and Delta V Racing.
That was the big one, I think.
Oh.
I think that was the big one, that when...
Yeah.
The one that caught fiercely
That was that
forward.
42. No, I think it was after that.
Oh.
I think the big one was sort of lap... Yeah, I think it was lap 31, I believe. Yeah, fiercely forward pink. You got a penalty actually for that. 5 seconds stop and hold was the penalty for that one, for fiercely forward pink. That was the result of that one.
Interesting. Were they the low car or the mid car?
I'm not sure.
No, I think they were the low car.
By the way, anyone who was involved in that crash, please do submit it in the Abruzzi Clips Discord channel. Anyone who managed to avoid that crash, because you might get the reward at the end of the season for best save. So do check that out.
All right, so this is the replay of... Oh, so fiercely forward.
So it's the yellow car.
They've been deemed to come down, I assume.
Yeah.
That's too
Or
hard.
maybe not holding their brakes. What actually, yeah, sorry. There's probably a description by it as well. Yeah, the 347 just pit maneuvers on the straights.
To answer Matty's question, I think Paul is handling strategy today. I don't know if he's racing. I haven't heard yes or no, but with the amount of time left, I'm not sure. I think he's just working strap today.
Ah, so apparently the fiercely forward pink car got DQ'd because they didn't serve their drive-through. There is a message in the iRacing in iRacing which says you got to drive-through, come into the pits, and if you don't serve it within like 3 or 4 laps, you get disqualified. And once that disqualification is there, you cannot undo it. An admin cannot undo that disqualification, even if they wanted to. Here's the move for Delta Sport on Delachaz. Didn't look like an intentional move. I think just the car ahead was early on the brakes and they thought, got to get out of the way here.
That was a weird one.
And they've been able to gap them as well. Good pace for Delta Sport.
No, and Matty, I think their strategy is rather strong right now. Rather strong. I think you're going to see it come into play later on.
Top 2 in GTD are in. Yeah, as you were saying, Simify and Absolute Motorsport Acelith GTD. Impulse came in. When did Impulse come in? Oh, Impulse. Oh yeah, sorry. So Impulse haven't come into the pit. Sorry, I was getting confused between Impulse and Door. But yeah, Door are the ones who have already pitted. Door took a full tank, so I doubt they'll be able to get ahead. And yeah, already they're exiting the pits are Acelith.
It's going to be close. No,
They should be in the middle, right?
5 seconds. Yeah.
Here they come. So there goes the Absolute Motorsport car. They are clear. Door. They're not too far back. I think the gap before the pit stop was about... What was it? Was it about 6 seconds? It's a fair bit bigger than that now. But it was a shorter pit stop for Absolute. 34 seconds, 37 seconds for Door. So maybe that gap has just increased. So it's difficult to really work out now with all the pit stops going on. But Absolute Motorsport Acelith leading the way, followed by Door, followed by Simify in the GTDs.
Yep. Firebird is in. Right, how's our GTP battle looking? Still 3 seconds, so he's yeah, pace is looking good from Justin Alonso. Riding on board with Impulse. They've obviously got their post-race penalty.
I feel like these two teams have been very close to another, right? Impulse and Team Racing Purple for this stint. And either of them eke out another lap. I wouldn't be surprised if they can. It looks like they are both going to be able to make it.
Impulse are leading GTD. They're saying stop the count, I imagine, but no, they do need to pit.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, sun.
Oh,
It's red up there. There you go. Told you. Told you the sun exists. It is. It's coming.
flash, flash from the Delachaz boys. They're cutting through. On their way. Well, the LMP2 field hasn't changed all that much. The only person to have changed 2 positions is Vincent in the N Travis iracing, and that's it. Everyone, the maximum position change is 1.
Yeah.
In GT3, however, it looks like the bag got shaken.
But that's because of pit stops, partially, in it.
Well, and the big accidents.
And the big accidents.
And
GTP seemingly changed a lot at the start. If anything, it's sort of gone back to the grid positions as the race has gone on.
Yeah, apart from the major fallers, yeah.
Yeah, Absolute Motorsport Acelith GTP started P2 on the grid. I think they've got a post-race penalty as well, just to rub salt in the wounds.
Oh, is it that team?
Yeah, I think they picked up one. Or was it? Oh, maybe it was the Camus car. Actually.
It was the Camus, yeah.
Camus,
I'm just making my team name longer so I can see who's who.
Yeah, I realised that about an hour in, thinking, yeah, it's a necessity in this series.
A necessity.
So here is Ciambella.
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 Oh, I know what I'm eating when I get in now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to make some like linguine. I don't know. Something.
Sounds good.
Something filling. The plan was what I ate before this was dinner, but I'm reclassifying it as lunch. And lunch, I'm reclassifying as breakfast. And then when I get in, I'll be eating dinner. So
did you have breakfast?
No. But
Okay,
I had
then.
a piece of fruit.
Sure. Well, yeah. Oh, that's fuel saving, isn't it?
Yep. Well,
It's smart amongst the traffic.
Correct.
That he was going to get stuck anyway, so...
correct. And all that matters is how he comes off the corner and he nailed it.
I'm surprised he used the clutch, though, there. Like, that's really going the extra mile.
Yeah, it's pointless. Well, you only clutch for speed, right, and performance, whereas if you're tucking up behind another car, you don't need it.
Yeah. Yeah, may as well get some engine braking.
Oi.
Oh, a little bit deep.
And technically, you use more fuel with the clutch. But I don't...
Oh,
well, there's a car there, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Oh.
Oh, and he's put him in the wall.
You're in the... mate.
Oh, and another one has gone in as well. Who was that who got caught up?
That's big penalty.
It should be a big penalty. That was the Orbit DBM car. Their second crash. That might be their day over. I think they've already used their faster pair. But I want to know who else got involved in that. We will get a replay of it eventually, I think. But really unlucky who else got involved in that. But yeah, what was he doing? He just...
I have no... mate,
I wonder if he was just like really desperate to stay in the draft of the car ahead and just come off, but like he just slammed straight into him.
Yeah, unless he's driving with an iPad as his main monitor and it's 30 foot away, then there's no excuse for that.
This car was around it, but I didn't think it was involved. That was the Absolute Motorsport Aceth car, which moves back into the lead because of the pit stops for Impulse and Team Racing Purple. So top three now in the GTD, separated by 15 seconds. Any one of the three have a very good shot at winning this race.
Well, I bet that's a stop penalty.
Yeah.
The go bit's removed. It's just a stop. How long for? Yep.
Stop. I will tell you. I'll tell you when.
Yeah. Don't call us. We'll call you. No, I mean, we'll see. Accidents happen.
I mean, in real life, that would be a DQ, I think. I mean, they are strict on that stuff in real life.
Yeah.
If you do something which is like really bad when it comes to mods class, that's...
I think these are the GTs.
I don't think they got a faster pair, right?
The Ford, no.
They slammed into the wall at the kink earlier on, so...
Yeah.
Well, Stewards haven't been that busy. There haven't been that many protests so far today, but I'm sure that will be lodged.
Matty's telling us that Dora P2 now. Yeah, we know. They've been P2 essentially the whole time since Paul's pit stop that you called out to be bad. I think that's an accurate description, isn't it?
Yeah, Simify went from second to third in that first pit stop, yeah. Absolute Motorsport Ace has pretty much been leading the whole way. Like, despite starting in fourth, he got to the lead. Oh, that sky looks so good, doesn't it? So good. But yeah, Absolute Motorsport, they started fourth, they got to the lead within about the first 20 minutes, and then have been there for ever since.
Leon in chat. That's Leon, the driver, right? From Duel. It's Leon. What's his surname? Leon. Help me out, Sam. Throw me a bone. Surname.
I can't remember.
Come on, we know.
Just give us the first letter, Leon.
Yeah, give us. Do the hangman thing. The underscores. Oh, I know his name.
Oh, he's not a driver? I don't think Leon is the first name of their other driver. Oh, that's a slowdown for Fernandez as well. P11, that's dropped his efforts at catching up to the Camus car a fair amount.
That and the stop penalty.
Have they served that already though?
No, that's the team that just wiped out the GTD.
Oh, okay, sure.
Oh, Leon is not. I'm sorry, I'm getting confused, guys.
Joshua Wilson, yes. If you put in Abruzzi now in the chat, you're not gonna stand a chance, unfortunately. Entries haven't opened yet for round 4. So here's our LMP2 leader. He is in the race, Andy Dawson. He's just been 0.2 of a second a lap faster every lap of the race. I say that. I mean, that graphic doesn't exactly demonstrate that, but like, it's pretty much just been eking out. A little bit of traffic, you can see the up and down, but yeah, it is generally just gradually eking it out over the last few laps. Ah, here's the crash.
Okay, let's take a look at this.
Yeah, nothing wrong that the 398 did. And then he goes down, and then there is another car. I don't know if we've got word on who that was.
Yeah, it was a Porsche when it was on box. That's...
Ah, it was Firebird who got involved. Vincente.
Yeah, just chose the wrong way. That one. It was a coin flip. With hindsight, it's like, go high.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
you go high.
yeah, exactly. A little bit more difficult when you're doing it.
So he has been in the pits now for 4.5 minutes, our Firebird. So both those two GTDs are out of the race, unfortunately. High attrition rate. I think we had like 3 retirements for the entirety of Spa, but we've got 5, it looks like, in the GTDs alone.
Oh, Cherokee in.
This race.
So this is going to give us that position once the Movano boys have pitted. We'll see if we've...
So Cherokee were leading, right, by about 3 seconds.
Yeah, but I think
But
net
Azura have
P2.
got to, Azura have got to take less fuel. But that might still not be a thing until an hour to go.
True. Yeah, and why would they?
Jay Mackey saying, always aim behind offline cars. Aim basically wherever the car is now, assuming that they're going to move.
Well, another
in a
one.
moment.
On an oval, you always go high because it's downhill. So if they roll, they're always going to roll down.
Yeah, and that's what we saw just then, right?
Yeah. But no, yeah, Givenchy's just experience as well. The more thousands of miles you run, when you see an accident, you've seen the accident before, you've seen that part of the track, or you saw how they got hit and what way they're going to be spinning, etc., etc., etc. Things like that. When I mean experience, when it gets to become second nature, that you just naturally know what way they're going to go.
Yeah. Like even when, like, for example, you're like driving at Bathurst and you're down the mountain and someone spins in front of you.
Aye,
you
mate.
just know to like lift off.
No, I haven't forgiven you. You
Drake
used
and,
me. You used me.
Make sure not to hit anyone. So
A commodity that you just use now for your viralness.
shall I see how many views it's got now?
Unbelievable.
Apex Racing League Instagram, by the way, for the clip.
It's unbelievable. I made a judgment call and you burned me.
I think it starts to a movement, really. 43.2 thousand views now.
Brilliant.
589 likes. 43 comments. 42 of which.
Yeah.
David's an idiot. What are you saying he's wrong? People don't have much nuance on social media. I think the YouTube ones are even worse. One of the YouTube ones was, oh, Sam's got a point, but he puts it terribly. Which I thought was really a double burn on both of us. So the GTDs will be coming in fairly soon, right? So Absolute Motorsport AZF pitting on lap 53. So they'll go to... Oh, no, they've still got a while to go, haven't they? Yeah, they'll continue going. They've actually only got one more stop to go, so this car should be able to go another 40 minutes, something like that, 30, 40 minutes, until they have to pit. at the moment, the pit sequence, which is sort of in most active, is the GTPs. Already got the leader, Jerky Motorsport GTP, pitting. But everyone else in the GTP class still have to pit again. Everyone pretty much in the LMP2 class is on the same strap. It's on lap 47 or 48. And then in the GTDs, there's a decent amount of margin as well. About 7 laps of difference between some of the stops. There they are. Not exactly sure. Who's that 8th place car? That's Delta V Racing. They pitted twice, very close to one another. So too did Incompetent Racing Team. We know why Incompetent did, because they were involved in a big crash on the triathlon.
I assume the same.
I don't remember Delta V being involved in that, but they could well have been.
Yeah, and he's got a lovely lead there, 11.9 seconds. But Delatraz, importantly for their race, they have a 12-second lead over the Delta, which means with their 10-second penalty, they get to keep P2, which is what they're aiming for right now, is to keep that gap. And the other Delatraz teams just, not being able to hold on, but still doing a fantastic job. Fast Repair Motorsport GTP are in.
Yeah, oh, so that's a very short stint for them, right? They only pitted 20 minutes ago, did Fast Repair. So bye-bye to the 3-stop. Not going to go an hour 10 on that, so I'm not quite sure what's happened to them. Hopefully it's not repairs or anything. Still, everyone running in the GTP class. It is Orbit, DBM, Jupiter, who are last in that one. Harrison, Lilas. Oh, look from Delatraz. That's the 208 machine, the 2nd place car. And it's pretty much...
Oh, Leon. I'm thinking Liam. I've just seen Liam driving.
Okay.
Yeah, I must have just got my wires crossed. All rounds are 3 hours for this series. Yes, I believe so.
They are, yeah.
Although I got confused earlier when Sam said a 4-hour broadcast. It's like 4 hours. And he meant the pre-part as well. So
We have had some calls to have some extended rounds, but I think particularly for Europeans, these races end at 11:15 for them. So, I mean, for Eastern Europeans, it's even worse. I mean, it's past midnight by the time it finishes, so I don't really want to go any longer than that.
Instinct has been given a 5-second post-race penalty for ignoring blue flags. I assume the steward have only given that for repetitive,
So there is a rule about it. And I'd love to see it. When a driver has another driver approaching within the same car class looking to put a lap on them, the lead driver must facilitate the pass by lifting off the throttle on one of the next 2 straights before the braking zones, once the driver behind moves within 0.5 of a second. So once a driver who's putting a lap on you
massive
gets within
draft,
half a second, you've got to let them pass within 2 straights. And these are some long straights at this circuit.
Yeah, I mean, 2 straights is from joining the oval to T1, so yeah.
So yeah, plenty of... definitely when we cross the line, it won't be the final results. Safe to say.
Correct.
Delta V into the pits. The Instincts move ahead of them. RD as well. So they haven't really featured that much RD. A very competitive team. I think raced in the Champion Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series, if I recall correctly. And are a very good team in that. But Oscar Coveney gets into the car. And I think he will take the car home as well. We'll have one more stop to go after this.
0 is in.
And Rosso.
And Rosso's in.
They are matching each other every pit stop. Looks like Azura has the advantage on Rosso tonight. as we might have a move here. That is Delta V moving past Playing Ducks.
Let's see if Glove Man gets out of the car. Oh, and if he's listening quickly while he's pitting, you've won the gloves, mate, Andrea. Might be quickly checking the broadcast. Like, did I win? It matters more.
I mean, I'd say it does.
Yeah.
Although you could win 350 euros, 350 quid, sorry, for winning the championship. So maybe that's worth more. So it looks like he is going to stay in the car. Here we go. Bit of a longer stop. 9.5, but I don't think that's an issue necessarily. I think that's just that they took more fuel.
Yeah.
And they're shifting the gears, trying to get a little bit more speed.
It doesn't seem like gears. It seems like throttle to me, which is odd. That just burns fuel. Odd. Yeah, to me it didn't sound like gears, it sounded like throttle, but it could just be a replay thing. Yeah, as you say, the little split on pit time, but yeah, their fuel could be very different. We might miss something on like their first pit stop. Just a few seconds is not easy to spot.
And Cherokee is in the middle of the two. So Delta V are now ahead of Cherokee. Cherokee are 5 seconds behind Azzurro. But I think Cherokee have got more fuel than... do they? Probably not. They've probably got the same amount of fuel, Cherokee and Azzurro. So when all the pit stops sort out, it will be Movano Azzurro leading Cherokee, leading Movano Rosso.
That's what I believe as well, yeah.
Unless Nürburgring Esports somehow do something.
Yeah, they're being quiet.
No,
Nürburgring Sports, but they were quiet last time. I don't think we can count them out, but yeah, I mean, I'm keeping an eye on them this time, but yeah, they don't seem to have...
They got back into it because they didn't take a pit stop last time, I think. I think that's where they got most of their time back. They cannot do that this time. They'll be in very, very soon.
Busby's in.
Yeah.
Paul Busby is in, and Andy can finally rest those fingers and feet.
So an hour to go for Paul to finish it off.
Easy. He's handled harder recently.
Yeah. No disrespect to the opposition.
Yeah.
But, he's faced some pretty big foes recently.
Correct.
31 seconds stationary, so not a full tank for him, but fairly close to it. By the way, the fair share rules in this series, a single driver can't complete more than 70% of a team's laps. So we're getting to the period now where you can't do more than about 2 hours 5, I guess, in the car is about the maximum. You do it based on laps. And yeah, a driver can't do more than 70%. And I think last time, at Silverstone there were a couple of drivers who breached it. At Spa there were a couple of drivers who were on the limit, set the absolute maximum number of laps that they were allowed to, but they got away with it.
Right, yeah.
Tonight, as long as they get in the car from now, they should be fine. Bad news, it looks like, for WPR, powered by AltoCumulus.tech. Seems to be stuck in the pits.
Yeah, even it's gone way past the speeding penalty, so I assume serving damage.
I want you to guess what type of business AltoCumulus.
AltoCumulus, well...
there was a crashed car, by the way, but...
altitude and clouds, so I'm going to say weather.
It's not. I think it's a really good play in it. It's like a cloud service.
Oh, I didn't take it literal, of course.
Yeah.
Taking things to new heights in the cloud, that's actually a good... I still like my spin, but yeah, that also makes sense.
Yeah, I knew what Cumulus was.
Cumulus, cloud, alto, high... Yeah, okay. Yeah. My brain went completely the other direction with cloud.
had a 20-second stop and hold penalty, by the way, for fast repair motorsports on orbit DBM.
20-second stop. Oh, wow, so that's a heavy penalty.
Yeah, that would be, what is it, like a 25-second, probably only 20-second loss, actually, with the drive-through, so 40-second total. By the way, we did see the DBM cars crash again at the bus stop a moment ago, when I was asking you about clouds.
Orbit?
Yeah, they crashed again at bus stop. I could see that livery from a mile away. It's a very bright green livery, bright yellow livery, sorry.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Well, we're definitely in the day, considering we didn't think it was going to come here. But
2 orbit teams out
there. There's one in one in GTP,
so
one in.
Was you talking about GTD?
GTD, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the only yellow car on the circuit, which is useful.
Did you not just say green?
I misspoke.
Okay, so I'm not confused at all. Okay. I didn't realise there was a second orbit team either.
Orbit should be purple, but I'm not sure if they've got maybe it's an alternative livery for this car. Maybe they want to stick to the original design.
Maybe.
Still get to see the sparks from the LMP2s. Just the LMP2s, I think, which are sparking up on the oval. Yeoman opening up the line. You can see he's 4 laps down now. Is Daniel, but credit to that team for getting back out on circuit.
100%.
They will not drop any positions if they pit, because it looks like Firebird, who were involved in a big crash earlier on, got some repairs. It looks like they've re-entered the pits again, though, so maybe they've gone back out, so taken the required, gone back out and thought, nah, they're not entertaining the rest of this. The other side there for Zakarul.
I want to get
Good race for Zakarul, actually. Only 43 seconds off the lead. I think they have. Do they have an extra pit stop to serve? Yes, compared to some of the teams, but I think they're doing well.
I want to get back driving GTP.
What's the IMSA schedule like in terms of rain? I mean, how often would you have to suffer the rain?
I love the rain, to be clear. But Le Mans week in 2 weeks is raining.
Sure.
And that's upset a few people. But yeah, we're currently at Road America. I think it's Barca Historic next week. Then Le Mans. I can't really remember after that. Can't think. No Sebring, I don't think. It's a shame. I think that's my fault. Sebring and Road America for IMSA are just
Sure.
out of this world.
A little bit wide, very wide. Yeah, it's going to be an overtake. Of course, we also have already taken their extra pit stops, so this isn't really a fight for position, but they'd still rather clear them. Doesn't look like they've necessarily got great straight line speed though to Rosso. Now they're starting to chase them down a bit. I don't think Zekro will fight this one too hard.
Well, they're fighting it.
They're looking to the inside, but they're not being given the inside at the moment. They've got to get their elbows out. Now switching to the inside. And that is a very well executed move. Stay on the plateau on the inside of the track.
But this is all above board and legal. They're allowed to defend that, right? This is for position.
Yeah, it won't be at the end of the race, but yeah, for now, it definitely is.
Correct. It's not the smartest of move because it's quote unquote not your battle, but as far as racing goes, yeah. Signed up for a race, mate. I ain't letting you buy. I mean, I wouldn't catch myself up in a battle that I don't belong in unless there was a reason for them to lose time that was beneficial to me, but...
Have you ever played the team game in that scenario where you fought someone in order to help maybe like another team out to bring them into play? Can you remember ever doing that?
Well, not in a blocking sense. I can't recall a time. When there was more than one team? No, not that I can recall.
We've got Kevin Crosney into the pits for the Carousel team, Nürburgring Carousel. Having a quiet race. I think they're going to end up in 5th place. Unless something happens to the teams ahead. So Azuro are back in the lead, and we're going to get a fairly reflective order Cherokee with 8.9 seconds to catch.
Vortex are in the pits long, by the way.
Has Cherokee been in that car from the start?
No. He's new in. It's been Alonso, hasn't it?
Oh, my bad. Oh,
No, not
yours-
Alonso, Hamilton.
Hamilton. Should be a name I remember. But no, you're
Lazy.
absolutely right.
Gerhard Berger. I know it's an F1 driver.
Yeah. If they weren't, then they'd be really pushing it on the driver time. But yeah, they're all right.
I've never heard of this guy, Adrian Cherokee. 9.3k. I don't.
Well, he's new for the series. He is new for the series.
No, I mean in general, I've not seen him in officials. I don't think. Cherokee. Not sure. I don't know if you saw side news, but Pesk Q at I don't know the week before last, second split. You know the races they do, the official ones. Had a 9k driver in.
Wow.
I know. What's it become? Second, he was the only one. Like the rest were 8, whatever. But I mean, and it might not mean a lot to some people, but you know, you go back a couple of years and 7k was top.
Yeah.
Was top class.
We've got a couple of drivers though in ARA Porsche Cup on a Wednesday as on Traverse get past Hyperion. We've got one driver who I think is like 6.3 or something. I think he's racing in 3rd split in the PES qualifiers, and he's up there in like the top. I think he said he was in 34th at the moment. Needs to get top 15 to qualify, but like, you know, he's doing pretty well. So you can get a decent position when you're in a lower class, lower division. But
Well, obviously Apex on their books have the highest highest I-rater. I need to change. I can't get this out of my head. Has the driver with the highest I rating?
sure, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I saw Sven out there doing some races. I have to check if he's now surpassed Aaron, but
Yeah, and Vasquez, new driver for Apex Racing Team.
yeah, they've both got like 11.6k I rating, which is, I mean, yeah, that's, you're only gaining 5 for a win, unless you find yourself a really strong soft.
How do you think now that we've got multiple licenses for road stuff?
Yeah.
Do you think the attitude from people will change when it comes to, oh yeah, he's 11.6, but it's only open wheel, doesn't count. Do you think we'll get to that point? Because right now we're talking about it just as a number, you know? But like, you know, eventually the two will diverge a fair amount.
Yeah,
and
I'm
it'll
not
start
sure.
to just complicate the open wheel. I mean, both me and David are absolutely against the open wheel.
Well,
And
as a streamer, I treat my Formula license like a Smurf. Yeah. I really don't care. Not that I drive any different, or I'm not doing anything I wouldn't do, but I don't practice. Like I'm just like, oh, F4's at Brands Hatch, just go do that.
Sure.
Whereas before, I'd be like, well, I need to practice. It's so.
There has been a crash for Zekril Esports, unfortunately. I just saw them off track and then tow.
We'll try and get a replay of that.
So we'll get a replay of that. That's a shame, actually, because all the GTPs, just like we had at Spa as well, were all pretty much fine out there, all healthy. That might be a retirement if they've already taken their fast pen. I'm unsure if they have or not. Zekril, I think they've genuinely been quite clean. I was complimenting a few moments ago. I think they had a chance at a top 8, probably around these guys, RD Simsport. Probably we're going to be ahead of RD Simsport. But not after that big impact.
Hello to Emil in chat. Hope you've been well. Yes, effective led from start to finish. Paul Busby's doing his first stint now. Formula license is grid and go and have fun. Correct, yes. Well, unless you're a Formula driver, then road is...
No, but honestly, the racing in the Formula cars is so much worse to begin with. Let alone if we start this attitude of, oh, don't practice for Formula.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to speak for other people.
Oh,
just...
no, absolutely not. I know, it's just a depressing thing. If that's what people's mindset is, then it's just going to be a cyclical effect of F4s becoming worse and worse.
But Formula drivers are now able to race IMSA for fun, if you think about it. The reverse is also true.
Sure. No, that's true. That's true.
But as I don't know if everyone feels that way. But like my Formula license is like 5.8k, like as if. It's like, sure.
Sure, yeah. got some replays.
Okay. Oh, is this Cherokee?
That was Zekiril.
Oh, Zekiril, sorry. Was this Zekiril? Sorry, not Cherokee, sorry.
I guess they hit the curb and just unsettled the car. Oh, so they've hit the first one, and then it's
3D
them on the
curbs.
second one. And
Yeah.
fortunately, no one's exiting the pits.
High fuel, 3D curbs. Bong. Yep. That's just, yeah, either lack of practice or just a lot of bad luck. But that was the first thing I noticed with the 3D curbs, especially with endurance fuel.
Absolute Motorsport Acelith GTP are in the pits. Simone Nucera.
Delta Sport gaining on Delatras. I mean, they were ahead, Small.
Yeah. They. Oh, yeah. Good to see Roland in that car as well. By the way.
Remy took a very short pit stop, by the way. That's why 7 seconds, 8 seconds shorter, and only 3 seconds behind. So I don't think Delatras Automotive are in the fight against Delta. But we'll see. Maybe Delta's had a short pit stop as well. Me and Sam can't remember everything for the last 2 hours, 10 minutes.
Well, to be fair, they pitched on the same lap. So that would indicate they were on the same strap before that. And now they've diverged.
Yeah.
So I think that 8 seconds is the only difference. So yeah.
Rasmussen, I'm a Formula driver and I feel offended by this. Yeah, but you now can race, you know, Mazdas and GTs and IMSA and all that. And you don't lose your primary I rating, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, Nicholas, if you've gone for the IndyCar Pro thing or the F4 Pro thing. Good to see how we go at that. I think
F1 driver, right?
Nicholas.
Yeah.
I think just single-seater driver. Like I think he went for pro, if I'm right.
Yeah.
Nicholas, back in like 2019. I think I remember you racing against Alex Simpson.
I remember the name, yeah.
Qualifiers. Not 2019, earlier than that. Would have been 2017? Trying to think when the last Pro Series was. I think it was in, don't know. Maybe last Pro Series was 2018, I think. Small operator. Roland is the GOAT, LMAO. Let's see if he is.
When I say I don't practice, I do just mean the first race. Obviously, I race, you know, if I race 5 a day, every day, and then I do a whole week of it. And I have been enjoying myself. I think the Super Formula lights are absolute money.
Sure.
Like, for me, I think...
Some of the crashes in the Super Formula lights, I think the best damage model when it comes to crashes is the Super Formula lights on the F4. Because the tyres... which isn't really the case with a lot of other cars, but if you hit a tyre, it like does the thing where it flips you up in the air, where like that force of the tyre will like absolutely send you skyward. Do check out the Apex Racing TV Best Overtakes and Crashes compilation from July. Got posted yesterday. It's on the channel.
I didn't like Super Formula Lights suspension hacks, I suppose you call them. Like, if you make a couple of changes to your suspension, you're 2.5 tenths quicker a lap just on straight line speed, which things like that annoy me.
Sure.
But yeah, I think SFL is my favourite. Yeah, I love driving them. I like the F4, but I just don't like the draft model. Feels like DRS all the blooming time.
Sure.
SFL's like that, but you have to be closer.
Sure.
Like, it's just the gradualness of the draft makes a bit more sense to me.
Door Esports have come into the pits from P2 in GTD. This will be their last pit stop.
Yeah.
They'll need to take a full tank. Right now, honestly, it's looking like it might be a bit of a dull end in the GTDs. Looks like Absolute have got the race win in the bag. Door should hold on to second place. I think the most likely change would be Simify getting past Door, because Door have a much longer final stop than what Simify
Correct.
have.
It is going to be a battle. I don't know what way it's swinging, but it is going to be tight. But yeah, I think Door have got this. But let's see. Door's on quite the recovery march from that incident.
Yeah.
On lap, what, 2?
Yes. Of course, Simify messed up the strap by losing about 50. Both those teams lost about 15 seconds. Door lost 15
of course,
because of the spin on lap 2.
Simify just
ran
accidentally
out of
went a lap longer
and lost 15. And Absolute Motorsport Acer just didn't do anything wrong. And
Oh, yeah, solid as a rock.
they might well win this race by 15 seconds over the pair of them. Door back out on track now. This battle's getting close. Incompetent Racing Team versus Instinct Racing 395.
I see Busby's out there smashing it. Still a 10-second lead. Pumping in some good lap times. Oh, it's going to be a nice battle here. Is it actually a 3-wide?
Oh, that's the leader. That's Absolute Motorsport Ace of the GTD. Who's going past the pair of them. That's impressive to continue racing amongst yourselves whilst you're both being overtaken by a car a lap ahead of you, but they managed it. Yeah. Small operator saying that Roland has been driving in the LMP3 this week, but he's very good in it. So let's see if he can apply it to
Wait, I've just realised.
the LMP2.
Yeah, I've had Roland in my chat before. I've just realised we spoke. He's not really a Road America IMSA fan for some reason, and he said he was going to do some LMP3. I've only just put the name together in my head. I don't know why. Yeah, it's been IMSA LMP2 for me this week. I like the LMP3 car. It's a good car. It's just, yeah, I don't know. The GT4 series doesn't feel like multi-class to me, and the Sprint series is dead, and it's not used in endurance, so for me it's just not, yeah. I love the car, but I'd prefer it in a league or something, you know. Hint, hint.
We did offer it for one league, but it didn't have a whole lot of participation, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's not the most popular car. I don't know why. It's just a shame. It is a fantastic. Oh.
RD Simsport versus Delta V. Looks like RD are ahead. That's for P7. But I think they're defending, actually. I think Delta V on that last lap were actually faster, so the move might still happen. They're 25 seconds ahead, or behind the car ahead, and they are 17 seconds ahead of the car behind. However, what I would say is that Vernier took a full tank that last time round. Vernier took a lot less fuel, but Vernier pitted much later. So actually, I think they're on the same strat. They both need to pit again before the end of this race, probably in about 20 minutes' time for a final splash and dash. No battles going on, by the way, in the LMP2s. Everyone is really separated out. Everyone's still got one pit stop to go as well. Anyone in the prototypes, well, anyone in the field can get to the end of the race from here.
The closest battle is the Delta Sport Delatraz battle, which is going to be decided in the pits, not on track. So, yep. LMP2, obviously we've got the battle we're watching on screen, and PS competitions 1.6, 1.5, 1.4. Almost couldn't make that up, it was coming down, but no, it's floating around. And then GTD has been close on and off all race. We've got 3 battles out there that are close.
They'll also be lifting out of that one. Oh, now they're going to go to the outside. Well, I'm not quite sure. Oh, and now they've lost it. Just got on that slight ridge between the plateau and the off-camber, and it messed up with the rear of the car. It snapped so quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not quite sure what he was doing before that as well. He lifted off and held in the slipstream for a bit, and then he went for a very late braking manoeuvre. They were really going to work out for a move, but maybe setting up for the next corner. He's now got to catch back up.
Awkward spin though, that's for sure.
Still, this one's going on. Instincts versus incompetence. Delta V, by the way, have also just got Delta V Key Shop have just got past Team Red X. Da Silva versus Jeffries. I think Jeffries only just came into the pit, so it might be caught a bit cold there. I wonder if we could get the gap up, the gap over time between Effect and Delatraz in the LMP2. Because I think the gap has come down. It's 9.9 seconds now, the gap between. Oh, I didn't even realise that was Busby there, but that worked well. So, oh, it has increased, to be fair. It was down to 8 seconds, actually, at one point. I thought it was at, like, 15, maybe, even at one point. But, No, it was 8 a few laps ago. Oh, there you go. So it was 12. It decreased, and then in the last few laps, it's slightly increased again. So it is coming down, but at the moment, Effect would win this race.
Yeah. It's one thing to catch Post, nothing to pass him.
Sure.
But let's not forget that is Augustine in the car for the Majors garage team. They do have a 10-second penalty, so Paul
I forgot about that
just
one.
needs to breathe. Yeah.
Yeah, so he needs a 10-second advance.
Whoa, that GT3 takes a... I come in on the far left.
Sure.
So to see someone come in like that.
And Mowgli for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. So this is the leader. We've already got Door in the pits, haven't we? So, yeah, this is going to be pretty much going to tell us. And Simify in as well, so Simify can stretch it. So, I mean, what we're expecting here is Absolute to come out about 10 seconds ahead of Door, and Door to be about 10 seconds ahead of Absolute Motorsport. Apologies, 5 seconds ahead of Simify.
Andy in chat, hey mate, great stint by the way. Stints rather, sorry. Very well done.
Yeah, good job. Bernier 9.1k. I'm surprised Bernier didn't do qualifying. But they decided to put their faster driver in second of all. The Delachaz, it looks like. Already out. Caserta now in the car to finish it off for Absolute.
He was in the GT3 league.
He was, yep. And I think he's in the new Racing Unleashed GT3 series as well on a Sunday. So, Caserta well out ahead. Looks like Door are second. And Simify third. So pretty much what we anticipated. There's a bigger gap between Door and Simify than I thought there would be. But, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually pretty significant.
Yeah, I was thinking it's going to be like 10 seconds, but...
Oh no, yeah, it's 7.5.
Oh, okay, that's about right.
Yeah, I mean, Door's mistake was not mistake. The incident was early and they recovered well, but Simify's their time loss was
what's happened to Absolute? I think Absolute just had a spin. Where are they?
What, the GTD?
Yeah. Yeah, they just lost like a bunch of time. Yeah, the gap's down to 3 seconds now. I think Caserta's just spun it right away. Team Racing Purple got past them. I don't know if that was
We'll try and get a
spin between the
replay of
pair.
what happened.
But that could be very, very significant for this race because they came out of the pits over 10 seconds clear of Door, and now that gap's down to 3.5 with 40 minutes to go.
With 40 minutes to go, with Liam behind you, that's going to be filling that. And neither of these teams have penalties. Because, yeah, that's it. In LMP2, not only has Paul got a tasty 10-second lead that he's sort of managing, the Delachaz Automotive Majors garage team has a 10-second post-race.
I feel like that's the Absolute Motorsport car now got a slowdown as well. They're losing a lot of time on this straight, and they seem to be cutting the bus stop as well. Gap now under 3 seconds. Blimey.
Nice and steady, said Andy Dawson. Nice and steady. No, mate, you managed T1 like an animal because they had a good advantage, you know, teammates and when the call was made and the draft, but you held off P2 and then you got the overtake done for the lead. Managed to build a double-digit lead, so yeah, very impressive, mate. Wish I could call that nice and steady. For me, I'd be absolutely bathed in sweat.
2.4 seconds now. So Absolute lost 11 seconds in the middle sector.
It's going to be a great battle.
Yeah, Absolute lost 11 seconds in the middle sector and 7/10 in the final sector as well. And Caserta's, remember, got to get up to speed. He's only just got in that car. Meanwhile, Willman has been in it for the last 45 minutes, up to speed.
Instinct in the pits.
Impulse, of course, still got a pit, and so too Team Racing Pub.
And I'm hearing that Effect now there's a new rule within their team. Everyone has to have 2 modems and 2 routers hooked up.
Of course, yeah,
with 2 Cat5 connections, yeah. And Wi-Fi and backup and 4G. Yep.
Yeah, they're actually racing from the iracing servers today. They're hardwired in, just to make sure.
That's a good... Oh, okay, good. That's nice to hear that Andy is human.
Yeah, he is sweating.
That's good.
Yeah, I don't know, as Impulse have come into the pits, I don't know how cool everyone has been able to keep their rooms today. Hopefully everyone's...
All right, we've got the Casertas replay.
right.
Let's see, because this is his out lap out of the pits.
Oh,
no.
And then he spins it here. Oh, he did make contact.
No.
Gosh. So maybe that's why he's slow. Man, oh man.
He just lost the rear.
Jeez, you get in that car, in the lead, 10 seconds ahead, and you think, let's just not mess this up. And then within a few corners...
You know, this feeling right now, how many times I've had this in the rain in GTP is insane. Obviously, the tyres are better now, but with the old crappy thank you iRacing for giving us inters, not wets, it was insane. Insane. That feeling, I know that feeling.
So the gap's now down to 1.9.
Yeah, he's got damage, mate. The front bumper went. Sure, it's probably come back for netcode, but he's got damage.
So really, Door are the overwhelming favourites. Probably a question of whether Simify can get second place. They're 10 seconds behind. And here's Caserta.
That's a big ask. We'll look at Caserta's lap times.
So Caserta on that last lap lost half a second to Door. He lost 7/10 to Simify.
That's not enough for Simify, is it? No.
It's close, isn't it? How many laps have we got? What, 35 minutes, so 23 laps?
Oh, okay.
So yeah, no, they need to gain by about half a second a lap to Simify.
Yeah, and we're forgetting one thing, Caserta's going to be absolutely kicking himself. We've all been in this situation where, you know, yeah, no, I don't even want to say it out loud because we've all been there. It's heartbreaking. And so we know what he's feeling.
Azuro into the pits in the in the GTP, sorry. So that was the second place car. Was it, or was it Cherokee leading the way? I get so confused. It's a close one anyway between the two of them.
Yep. I've gotten in the car before at Daytona after Gustavo stepped out. And we were like, top split Daytona 24, and I'm like, so far off the pace. It's not even funny. Oh. Yeah, I'm with people like Gustavo and Yuri, Kastorp, and yeah, it's insane, man. It's insane. Just, yeah.
So it was the Azuro car were 12 seconds ahead of Cherokee coming into the pits. That's a good gap for the Azuro car. They should hang on to that unless something bad happens, which we've just seen can happen. And already the Cherokee car in, so couldn't go a whole lot further on fuel. Nitro X has subscribed to Apex Racing TV. Thank you very much. Of course, make sure to check in for all our other broadcasts coming up. There are a lot of them. I think even Radicals might be on right now, the official series. But yeah, most days of the week we've got something on in a variety of different cars and iRacing. Delatraz out to the pits. Lonely race for them. It's going to be P3. Unless they get ahead of their teammates thanks to the 10-second post-race penalty.
I don't see it happening. At their battles with Delta Sport.
True.
A big battle. I don't know if they've got them, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Delta should beat them.
Yeah, at the moment, I think they're net ahead.
I was sort of expecting Alpha to beat them as well, because Alpha always go from 5th to 3rd in the final 20 minutes of the race. Has happened the first 2 rounds. I'm not sure if it's going to happen today.
Oh, you know, we keep an eye on Nürburgring Esports doing fun stuff. Their pit stop was just 15 to 16 seconds quicker than what I expected most teams to do. 31 seconds. So let's see where that puts them out. Oh, Absolute Motor Ace Lift. Which teams?
Yeah, just noted for the excessive thing. That will be looked at post-race. That will be checked for all the drivers.
Was that on the cold tyre thing?
No, that was for exceeding maximum driver time. I think that was their first change of driver, and it was like 2 hours 10 into the race. And I think it's 70% maximum driver time. So get your calculators out, but it's about 2 hours 5 that you can do. So I think they've slightly gone over it. But that will only be applied post-race once we've got firm numbers on the laps.
they're going to argue. Oh, here we go with the replay.
Oh,
GT. The one time the GTD leaves the inside open, he happens to have a. You know, it's up to the stewards. But
so they were in third. That might drop them behind Nürburgring.
I tell you, Nürburgring are on a prime pit as well. Look, their pit stop was 31 seconds. The Team Racing Black 46, Movano Azzurro 41, Cherokee 39. We're talking significant. But let's see.
But they've still got another pit stop to go of Nürburgring.
Right. Damn it. Okay, I didn't spot that.
Here comes Delta Sport. This might be tight between Delta Sport and Delatres. You identified that a few moments ago.
I think it will be tight, to be honest.
Well, yeah. I mean, they only went a couple of laps further, though, right? I think they're going to be on top of one another.
Yeah, let's see.
Because I think they were a few seconds behind before with Delta Sport. Here comes Delatres.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. The team getting the penalty for driver exceeding, blah, 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 are going to argue we changed at the same as everyone else. It's just we went longer on fuel, and then the argument would be, well, that's your fault. Like, you've got to factor this in.
Yeah, yeah.
But obviously, they did, on stint sheet-wise, put the driver in at the same time, right?
Maximum single driver time of 75% of class leaders' total laps and 90% of their own team's laps. So what that means is that if the lead driver completes 100 laps, if the lead team sets 100 laps, you as an individual driver can do 75 laps.
Yes, they definitely get the leaders have.
So they might get away with it. So what's 75? So 180 times by 0.75. Let's put it in the old calculator. 2.5 seconds between Delatres and Delta. So Delta Sport did get the jump, but it's not necessarily over. Delatres might be able to catch that gap up.
Well, Roland's pretty quick, mate. But Delatres is fast, we know that, but they haven't looked as on it as the other Delatres team today.
So it should be 2 hours 15, by the way. I think Cassert's got in that car at 2 hours 15, basically. I think he'll be really close. If they have gone over, then they will have any laps over the limit will be removed. So if they go 2 laps over, if he did too many laps, they'll get a 2-lap penalty. It'll be as though those laps didn't happen.
Shame, because they've looked unstoppable is an understatement. Well, because whether they had the pace over door or anything.
Oh, here we go. This might be a change for the lead. This is a good test for the straight line speed. I've been looking at the gap, and it doesn't seem like they've got too bad straight line speed, actually. And right now, it's looking all right.
I can't believe this. What a shame. Because they've held off door, fiercely forward, Simify, all these big teams, by not making any.
Not fighting it. Or was that a slow down?
No, just say he's not fighting it. No.
He's giving up excessive. So
No, he's too quick for a slowdown. No, he's too quick. He's back in. He's full throttle now. He obviously is going to use door to try and keep off Simify now.
Well, I guess if he's got some extra drag, then might be concerned about fuel as well. I don't know. Maybe that overthinking
I think they're just worried about losing another spot.
Yeah.
And he's already had the draft deleted.
Well, he needs to now hope that
he'll get it back.
He'll
get it back. It's fine.
So the gap now 8.3 seconds to Morero for Simify, who has been the fastest driver on track since he got in the car. There he is. Too far back. He's going to be in the same camera shots of some of these. Hopefully his team has let him know that the car ahead is ailing. Impulse only 32 seconds behind. I think if Impulse didn't have their issues earlier on, they would have been in play. They've got a 10-second penalty as well to Impulse, but they are currently 10.5 seconds ahead of Team Racing Purple. So if they can keep that up, they'll be able to recover a P4 out of this for Impulse. Team who usually find themselves near the top come the end of the race. if Dor could win this, it would be their second race win in a row, and would make them tricky to catch in the championship with half the season to go.
I just got word that my new dog of a few days is missing me, so
Oh,
bye
well,
bye.
thank goodness
Yeah, no,
you
yeah,
didn't end the sentence at missing.
missing.
bit
Oh, sorry,
concerned.
I wouldn't announce
I'm
it like
very
that.
pleased that you had the me at the end of that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go. Like, you know, I've stayed long enough.
What's its name?
Sophie,
Sophie.
her.
Is that the name that you gave?
It is.
her,
Yeah,
or-
we chose. Yeah,
Okay.
it's from Studio Ghibli. It's the is it Howl's Moving Castle? The woman that gets turned into an
Oh, okay,
old
sure.
woman. Yeah.
Well, that's her name, is it?
Sophie. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah. No, good. It's a good film.
Yeah.
I like the fire in that one. I can't remember what the fire's name
Calcifer.
is. Calcifer. Sure. Yeah.
We wanted to go for Chihiro, that name, but it just doesn't. You can't say it loud. You can't say it as a call.
Which film is that from?
Chihiro is. It'll come to me. The one with the island where you. This would kill me right now. I can't think for the life of me.
Wait, how do you spell it?
Yeah.
Oh, Spirited Away.
Spirited Away.
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
No, that'd be an excellent name. Yeah.
Yeah.
3/10 between Team 11 and Alcantech in HR. This is... so Team 11 still need to pit. They do still need to pit. One last time. They should come out in 9th, I think. And here they come. Yeah. Pushing it on fuel. 24 minutes to go. It'll be a short stop, but such a long transit here at Daytona. That it'll drop them
By the way,
a few places.
I can confirm that Simify smell blood. They are cooking right now.
Honestly, Lucas has been a weapon since he's gotten that.
Yeah,
car.
but
he
he
is
is-
so quick.
He is cooking, and Caserta's just outside that draft window. Well, I don't know. It's close. But yeah, Lucas, yeah, in that perfect orange livery with an S is absolutely cooking. As we can see, the delta there, so what is it, 11 seconds down to 7.8.
So we've got another 15 laps to go, I believe. And the gap so yeah, basically it's been half a second per lap that they need to gain throughout this stint, and they are on target to catch with a lap to go, I think. If they keep this up.
And I can confirm Caserta has just lost the draft.
Sure. But only lost 4/10 on that lap. If you can only lose 4/10, then that might be alright.
Yeah, but I think the gap, like I say, he had draft now.
Sure,
he doesn't,
yeah.
It's
It
now.
was dampening it a bit, wasn't it?
Yeah. We'll see. Overtaking's not easy.
Delta V. This is the only battle on track right now. Oh no, there's one other. Orbit, Jupiter versus Faster Pair, but this is the other one.
Fast repair have a. Oh, they must have served their stop and go, right? That's a big penalty to serve.
Of course, yeah. Orbit were very isolated at the bottom of the standings. But yeah, they've been accompanied now, thanks to that penalty. That. Oh no, it's just a black livery. I thought the front of his car was missing. But no, he's alright, he's harassing.
In other news, can we bring up the gap between Paul Busby
Oh,
and
yeah, it's
Delta?
come-
Sure.
Wow, that's really
Wait,
come down. That must have
it's
been a
now
mistake.
tumbling.
So he lost 1.7 on that last lap.
I mean, it might have been. An
Oh wow, it's just come. No, but you look at that. It's just come down by like massively over the last few laps. It wasn't like one lap. It's like it was 2 seconds a couple laps ago, 1.7 on that last lap. A few tenths before then.
John in chat, it is Portimao and it's in X number of weeks. I don't know, it's in my calendar. 2 weeks?
2 weeks, yeah.
2 weeks, Portimao.
I need to remind myself what the way that the Della Chaz
Andrew
car's
saying,
going.
unfortunately, some very heavy traffic. That's all good. Got the 10-second buffer, so...
Of course, keep reminding me of that, David, because I keep on forgetting.
It's okay. It's okay.
We need that Gran Turismo thing where there's like
No.
a thing above there. Car.
Oh, that. I thought you meant the slowdown box that you drive through and it drags on you.
I'd be up for that.
Oh, my God.
In MotoGP, they've got long laps where they've got like a little extra... It's like a... Like in Rallycross, where you got like an extra thing. Like a joker, that's it. And I would be down to say you must serve 5 jokers. Obviously, we don't want to give them a drive-through all the time because...
Okay, question. But only for the Endurance League.
Sure.
If they have a pit stop left to serve, shouldn't we give a hold on the pit? Or is it too weak? No, you can't. Of course you can't. No, because it's non-service.
That'd be a nice feature, please, iracing.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, because that's how they do it in Formula 1.
Yeah. Plus, no, I mean, then the stewards have to make sure there's another pit stop due, otherwise they could circumvent it, right?
Well, it could just be applied post-race. If iRacing was
True.
smart
If
enough,
if it's unserved, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So Della Chaz automated by Major's Garage have had a first and a fifth and a first so far this season. And of course, only 3.4 seconds now behind. Could make it back-to-back victories. But we're still watching Fast Repair Motorsport, catching Orbit, DBM, Jupiter. Lost 4/10 on that last lap, but been faster on this lap.
This gap from Simforge is coming down quicker than they need, for sure. It's 5.2. I haven't been doing the math, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's flying down.
Orbit had to pit again. I missed that. My bad. Yeah, they'd only done 3 pit stops. Still got Absolute Motorsport, Acelith, Camus as well. Still need to pit, by the way. Albeit they should only lose 1 place when they do pit. And of course, still the race leaders as well. I mean, maybe we haven't made it too clear, but the race leaders in GTP, they've still got to pit as well. Team Racing Black. Everyone had basically 1 short stint that they could take, and some of the teams haven't taken it, and they're just taking it for the last stint.
You want to know something funny? How often I stare at the data? I haven't fully appreciated it's sunny now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I've only recently fully appreciated. Like, I knew it was coming.
How, this is a weird question.
Okay,
How often do you witness the sunrise in real life? Would you
real
say
life?
you witness more sunrises in real life than you do in sim?
No. I don't witness many.
I can't remember witnessing a sunrise recently.
I remember when we were on a cruise with a balcony, and Lisa would wake me up every morning. There was like when the boat was the right side, because even if she was just like dragging my ass to sit out there, it was awesome. Like you get to see it undisturbed from the low line. That's pretty cool. But no, not really a morning. Even if I was, I'm not going downstairs and going outside or looking out of a window. I'm just going to lay there in bed and drink coffee. Groan and moan.
Yeah, I think the only times I have to see the sunrise is when you're going somewhere in the winter and it's like a 7:30 sunrise. And, gotta go somewhere. But I try to avoid them if I possibly can. As a shift worker, I see a lot. That's my med
nice.
So, yep. Hopefully it's worth it, Midway.
Sunsets. We used to live in when we moved from America back to England, we lived on like a high apartment, and we had a really nice view of the sunset on the sea, on the water, sorry.
Sure, yeah.
Well, depending on the time of the year and where it is.
This one okay, so Instinct passed Incompetent, and now they're passing Team Redx. But Team Redx get their nose back ahead. So tricky to go on the outside here because of that off-camber. Why it's there, no one knows. But Team Redx stay ahead.
Can we look at the Simify Absolute Acelith gap in GTD? It's 3 seconds, so I'm thinking
they're definitely on a charge now.
I think they're on target. Yeah, I mean, that's...
They gained 9/10 on that last lap.
Yeah, they only need 5. Well, they don't even need 5 anymore.
Yeah, they can gain by about 3/10 now, and they'll be there. 10 laps to go.
So yeah, recently I was working on a project, and I came out of the sim room and the sun was coming up. It was about 4:45. Honestly though, I didn't actually notice the last 4 hours. I was too busy typing. No, it wasn't partying, it was just programming. But not doing that anymore. Although once every other week I'm doing the NASCAR watch along, and that's the last one because of all the yellow flags.
Sure, and that's the opposite. That you're like, can the sun not rise early enough, please?
That was 3:30 in the morning. It finished, and I went downstairs, grabbed a bite to eat, and just passed out to some YouTube. That was a couple of days ago. That was quite tiring. I'm getting too old for 3:30 in the morning, pretending to be awake and chatty.
Teammates in black are in from the lead. Their last pit stop, just a tiny splash. Weren't that far away from doing the 3-stop, but there was one team who tried it. I think it was Faster Pair, and even they gave up after the. Well, I think they may have crashed. Oh no!
Yeah, I mean,
and that is. Well, that was Cherokee, was it?
it was, yeah.
Wow. So that is our P2 drivers, and that could drop them into the 10s. No, hang on. Have they got a penalty?
No, I think that was Cherokee's fault, but I only saw it half. Yeah.
It looked like the GT3 at first glance to me, but I could be wrong. I'm gonna watch back on the. We'll get a replay of it. But,
yeah, I'd say it was like, it's tough to call. Sometimes there is no wrong person.
I seriously doubt it's going to be the Cherokee car. I think it's going to be the grey Porsche.
You are correct, looking at what you did. But that's cheating, by the way.
Sure.
That's cheating.
Well,
no.
I don't have a good memory, so
you're correct. I think it's the. Right,
replay
coming in.
So
no.
We think it's the grey car here.
It is, yeah. It is the.
It just depends. How far away was the GTP?
He's not alongside. He's completely.
Oh, he's on the white line. He's on the white line. So GTP cannot be any more to the inside.
No, I don't know. I'm not the steward.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's like a penalty. But
correct. I don't think it's a penalty because was the GTP also like the steward needs to look? Was the GTP holding its line on the push? So. Oh. So yeah, it could just be a racing incident. Porsche's going to get this done, traction-wise, I think. If they survive. Careful 3D curbs. Boink. Oh, he's not defending it. Confident. Yeah, Paul's maintaining that massively reduced gap, but he's maintaining it absolutely fine as it's growing rapidly, actually. Assume Delatraz has caught traffic. Still growing. What's still growing? He said a slowdown? Must have. It's since I mentioned it, I've given Paul 2 seconds. He's welcome. Literally gone from 3 to 4.95. Yeah, it must have been. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, we were hearing that you had to deal with a lot of traffic. I don't know if Delatraz maybe had to deal with that as well.
Maybe.
Oh, talk about traffic. Let's
Yeah.
get out of the throttle there. Let's do 2 tenths. I hope Inborg realises that he's got that 10-second post-race. I mean, there's no point in throwing away the car. They will lose the championship lead to effect if it ends like this, but much better to finish second than...
Smithfire, how are they getting on? Still cooking? Yes.
2.5. So they're not catching as fast as what they were. They actually lost time in that last lap. But they are still on target. Yeah, definitely traffic. Yeah. They were half a tenth faster in the first sector, 10th faster second, 4 tenths faster third, 100th faster in the fourth, and hundredth slower in the 5th. So they
But
gained 3.5 tenths.
I'm going to say it. Simify is in orange. They've got an S logo. The guy is absolutely cooking, but my heart goes out to Caserta. Like, you know, they're being noted for, you know, exceeding their time limit. His outlap was him losing control of the car and damaging it.
If I'm him, like, I'm wanting them to go over the driver limit, because then it's not his fault. Like, at that point, unless it was his job to tell him when the other guys are coming to the pits, like, it's not his fault at that point, because
Sure.
his mistake wouldn't have been the difference. But if they don't get the penalty, then his mistake will have cost them the race win.
Well, I don't know, even without the incident, if he could have held off Liam.
He lost 11 seconds
Oh.
because of that, plus
okay.
got some damage.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was 11. Wow. Oh, of course, the final spin from the hit. Of course, I'm thinking it was just cooking it and going long, but no, of course, he was then hit.
Yeah, so if he finishes within 11 seconds, you can say he would have won.
Well, no, the damage.
Yeah. Well, any more than 11th is like, probably. But, yeah. Within 11th is absolutely certain. Absolute Mate Sport Ace owns the pits. That might be our last pit stop of the day for anyone. Don't think anyone else down the field has got to do another pit stop. So here's Nucera. Just 10 minutes to go.
Simon,
This is his 5th pit stop though, Nucera. He's done 1 extra.
also did ARL, right? Remember the name?
Simone, sorry.
Simone Nucera? Yeah, did
Yeah, I think
ARL?
he did. Yeah.
Whoa.
So Absolute Acelith dropped to 7th. They'll stay 7th, I think. I think they'll stay ahead of Vernier for Delta V, but it might be close.
Yeah, they'll be ahead. I think so.
Yeah, you're right. About 8 seconds. Oh, RD might be overtaken by Acelith Camus. So they are very close. That's about a P9.
I think Camus have a penalty.
Or
was it a stop and go?
I think they got a stop and go, didn't they?
Maybe.
Oh, no, you might be right.
Ooh.
Do I do it?
Yeah.
Man, that Alcantech car has been 6th every step of the way today. What a boring race. Don't know what happened to the Alpha car, Alpha Esports. They're down to 7th now. They might catch up in time, but I thought they'd be going up near the end. But not today.
Delta Sports had a impressive race because, you know, Delatraz were 1 and 3, looking like a very strong combo, and yeah, finished 3rd with effect and everything. I think it's a great result.
Don't think they've had anywhere near that good a result this season. Well, you know what? They've come very near to that result. They've had 2 fourths. So what I just said was almost
so
as
they're
wrong
strong
as I
for the
could have
championship.
said. Yes. But it is a very steep scoring system we have for this series. So it very much benefits wins. Okay, so you can't win it on consistency. But after this race, they'll move ahead of Alpha. I think they'll move ahead of Fiercely Forward Purple. They'll move ahead of Scuderia Volt P by P1. So I think they'll be up into 3rd place in the championship. But Delachaz Automated by Majors Garage and Effect Simulations will be a long way clear of the rest.
Sayed, thank you for the sub to Apex Racing TV.
Seven minutes to go. How would you summarise this race?
It's been tough. Yeah, the GT3s had a tough time being broke up early because of the LMP2 situation. But no, it's been a really good race. Not so much on the strategy side. I think a few strategy calls have helped teams, but it's just been a very long, tricky race for the teams. They've managed it very well. But we've seen, like, across the board, qualifying was very well done, if you know what I mean. Like, teams haven't been moving through like Spa. We see, like, teams have been where they were, if you know what I mean. Hasn't been as easy.
Sure. No, I think that's very true, yeah. It was a very chaotic first hour. I'd say hours 2 and 3, at least for the front runners, have been fairly uneventful. For the most part. Everyone's just been running at their own pace.
It's a shame we didn't we've been denied the GT3 battle again. You know, we lost Fiercely Forward and, well, no, I suppose we haven't been denied it. I mean, Simify's coming at Ace Lift now, and we've got Door there, so it was just Fiercely Forward. We haven't seen what it means the 4 big teams fight it out for the whole race yet. We haven't had that once yet.
Well, it's been a bit weird race in the GTDs, as we might have a move here for Instinct on Team Red X. They've been having to work hard on this, and now that the car head is a little bit slowed up, they might have a chance, but it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but they can play team games with the draft.
Play team games, yeah. These 3 cars. This is only a 3-way battle. I know that there's a Corvette at the front of this, but the Corvette at the front is Marcello Caserta for Absolute Motorsport running P2, so they're not in this fight. But it's been a weird race for the GTDs because Door Esports got spun around on lap 2, Absolute Motorsport spun it with 40 minutes to go, and Simify Esports ran out of fuel.
I tell you what, Caserta can win this, as in beat Simify if he plays this right. I mean, look.
Yeah, that's a lot of traffic. Here comes Simify. They're at the back of this. That's the Superman logo at the back.
I mean, they will get penalties. Like, this is half a second, so if he doesn't give it by T1 under the letter of the law.
Oh, wow, that's the Instinct car that I think we're watching. Well, they've just been overtaken by Red X anyway. They're trying to get... Wait, which one is it? Instinct 395. So 395 is the one behind. That's the car 2 ahead of us. Not the one right in front of us, but the one 2 ahead of us. They need to tell the 321 to go past, because that car is gone. Here comes Simify bump drafting a car who's a lap down on them.
Yeah, this is frustrating.
Gaps at 2 seconds now between P2 and P3. A lot of battles going on here.
Oh, they're lifting in unison. Oh, so the Caserta thing probably is still on because there's only one now ahead of him, and that's the Team Red X driver, is it? Is that Jack ahead? Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, well, he's past it now. There you go, clear sights.
Really lost time though.
Oh, that
no.
could be dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh, but round goes to 395. They got a penalty anyway. I think that's probably good for that team, honestly, because it enables their teammates to go charge over the car ahead. Unfortunately, though, so many Team Red X's. We've got Team Red X, Instinct, Team Red X. So they're now Nick Jerkovic, the 383, is within 10 seconds, so would take advantage of that post-race penalty. John Williams saying it's been an enjoyable watch. Thank you, John.
Good, John. Thanks for hanging out. Right, what is this gap? Caserta behind. I've not been 1.79 with... Oh, that traffic really helped Caserta there.
Yeah, I mean, he should survive from here, right? 2 seconds.
Yeah.
The gap in pace has been about half a second a lap.
I think he's going to
And
win.
we've got 2 laps to go. Where's the race leader? Race leader is just ahead of these guys. So so the leader's got 2 minutes. Oh, so the leader's got 2 more laps to go. These have got 2 more laps to go as well. Yeah, definitely 2 more laps.
Okay, so it's going to be tight.
They'll probably get within a second, but I don't think they'll quite get past. Instincts versus Team Red X again for the umpteenth time.
Yeah. Hard to go on the outside on old tyres.
So this is Team Red X very much defending from the 3-2-1. They gained some 7/10 on that last lap. They might be able to take advantage of the LMP2. Weren't really able to make anything out of that.
Okay, 1.53 is that gap from Simfire. 1.4, 1.3.
Oh, that's a scent. Oh, contacts.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it might be best for them to give up that place and just try to get it cleanly done.
yeah,
I'm not sure if that will stay.
yeah.
And they've got to keep their heads cool now to Red X. They get a penalty yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, that was... You practice your overtaking by watching F1, not racing something a bit more serious.
Wait, what? It didn't even look like a deliberate overtake to me. It looked like he outbroke himself a bit and then just had to try to straighten up the car to, you know, keep control of it. So he should have just let it go and then pass in a couple of corners anyway. That's the best chance they've got.
Yeah.
Instead, they'll probably just get a 5-second post-race.
Yeah, I mean, if they protest it, it will land.
Yeah.
Well, it's up to the steward. All right, quick replay. Let's see if maybe we were wrong.
No, I mean, it's so early in the corner. I mean, they haven't even reached the corner, and there's contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a penalty all day long.
Yeah.
Won't get confirmation on that most likely, but leaders on the white flag.
Okay, so let's see what Simforge. No, they can't do it. 1.5. Unbelievable. Caserta's been able to do, though.
All the leaders are on the white flag, by the way. The GTP leader has just overtaken the LMP2 leader, so the LMP2 won't have to do an extra lap.
Simforge needs a traffic miracle, but he just got held up there, so...
1.1
Yeah, it's 1 second. We're going to see a little bit held up. Yeah, I mean, he will have draft for the bus stop, but it's going to be a long way back. I mean,
0.95.
He needs the MP2 to just wait, and will at least be good on the brakes. Nope. Nope, that's it. He's over now.
Out in the lead, MSS Movano Azzurro. The team who managed to win last time out, they're going to make it back-to-back victories by 16 seconds.
Impressive.
Simon Coulart's with a superb
And Busby
drive.
straight across the line.
It is Effect Simulations who return to the top step of the podium and return to the top of the championship as well. They get it done. Looks like Delachaz by Majors Gouge will finish in second despite their post-race penalty. I think something's gone on ahead of us because there's a cloud of smoke. But that's not going to stop Dort Esports. They're going to make it back-to-back race victories as well. Liam Willman leading that car home. And considering they're outside the top 10 at one point in the early stages, that is a superb comeback from them. Absolute Motorsport Aces will be frustrated to not win, but they'll be gratuitous to finish in second place. The Instinct Racing cars, one of them will have a penalty.
Yeah, I think I know what the white smoke was. Team Red X is now 3.5 seconds ahead of Instinct, so... Yeah, I hope they didn't do anything.
They didn't need to do it. They were going to get a penalty anyway, right?
Well, we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened.
Okay, no, you're right.
But yeah, like if we can see what happened between Team Red X, Simsport 814 and Instinct Racing 395. I smell something, right? That 3.5 second gap and you saw white smoke.
Yes. Type foul right there. I think we just caught German Sim Racing #orange. Very close between Delta V Racing by Keyshop. Yeah, some good racing from a lot of those drivers.
For sure.
Yeah, a pretty dramatic race, particularly in those early stages. And a lot of mistakes being delivered by drivers. But I think MSS Movano Azzurro were perhaps the class of the entire field. I thought they were totally error-free. I don't really remember them making any mistakes out there.
What?
The Azzurro car,
yeah. Well, qualifying.
Sure, well, yeah, they only qualified P3. But it was weird, wasn't it? Because we saw Cherokee really pull away for that first stint. I forget exactly the name of the driver who started in that car. Alonso. How can I forget?
Justin.
And he pulled away for the first stint, but
3
then
seconds
wasn't able to pull away in the other stints.
No, I think
sort of lost. They lost the race really in that second and third stint, I think.
I wonder if we missed something like we know they had a short one.
Yeah.
Did they try not taking tyres? Because I don't know. Because you're right. He pulled a 3 second gap and held it.
Yeah.
Or stint 3 or whatever it was? Just unbeknownst to us, and it was hard to monitor because of the pit stop difference, was dropped by a significant amount over the hour or so. And,
I mean, I think we need to make it clear as well, like, obviously there are different strategies going on, but in reality, it's the same strategy. Like,
correct.
You're still pitting 4 times. It's just when you take your short pit stops. So...
Well, fuel saving's fuel saving. You don't necessarily get that.
Sure.
That's free fuel that you don't have to take. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's all part of your pace. It's not down to when they pitted necessarily. It's, how they drove, which was the difference. So congratulations to MSS
Roland in chat. GG's, mate. Great drive there. P3 was well earned, mate. to beat Delatraz there?
Who have we got for... Oh, actually, we can have a look at the results, actually, first. MSS Azzurri winning again. Ahead of Cherokee. Movano Rosso lose some points in the championship. We'll see if they can bring that back. Nürburgring Esports did finish 4th, so they're still keeping tabs in the championship. What a mess that was on that one. That was one of the Delatraz cars in the wall. And then, yeah, you can see the rest of the order through. In LMP2, it was Effect who won. 4.5 seconds ahead of Delatraz, but they will get a 10-second post-race penalty. Will Delatraz had Delta Sport, who did really well to beat Delatraz Automotive. Who, everyone just was their pace in LMP2. I mean, there's not really many stories in that. It's just everyone drove a maximum race that they could, and that's what their pace was in the end.
Correct.
5-second post-race, by the way, for Instinct. That's sort of what we anticipated. So good work from the stewards there to sort that out. So that applies for these results. And that was the 3-2-1 car.
You're right. If they'd just lifted and let them by, the stewards would have not... I don't think they'd have even addressed it.
Yeah. It would have been
because there was no damage.
No, absolutely. Yeah, and they could have done it. So strange. Door won by 7.7 seconds, but absolutely held on against Simify. All those top 3 all had an incident that lost them 15 seconds. So they can feel sorry for themselves and they can regret stuff.
Good call, yeah. Caserta lost about 11 to 15. Simify with the spin and...
Door with the early spin.
Oh, no, not Door. Door had the spin and the other one just... Simify just ran out of fuel, I think.
Yeah.
I think they just went a stint too long.
Yeah,
so a lap too long.
I think that was what their pace was. Obviously, you know, you can still say it shouldn't have made that mistake, but yeah, I think that's a fair result, honestly, between the 3 teams there. Impulse a distant 4th.
Yep.
Yeah, that 3-2-1 car, I don't think the Instinct car loses a place. If it was only 5 seconds, I think they were 8 seconds ahead of Team Red X. So, but I think Team Red X got ahead of them anyway. I'm not sure. But, yes.
Team Red X did get ahead.
Oh, yeah, they did get
like
ahead. And then they had their own
seconds.
spin. Oh, I'm so confused. But, yeah, anyway, it was fair.
Well, unless the Team Red X took revenge and then Instinct get a penalty.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah,
and then they get a penalty like it's going to get...
Just each of them keep on getting penalties. So, yeah, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Who have we got for a chat? We've got lots of drivers. Blimey.
Can I grab first?
Oh, yeah, you go.
Oh, I can, yeah. I want to talk to Busby, so I'm going to grab Andrew Dawson and Paul Busby. 1 sec. Andrew, Paul, can you hear me both okay?
Yep, all good.
Nice to talk to you. Paul, obviously, great seeing you back out driving, mate. Obviously, congrats on, everything. Great to see you. Yeah, as I say, I'm really chuffed for you both, you see. And obviously, congratulations both on the win. Andy, epic in qualifying, great first stint. Paul, well held. Congrats, guys. I don't know what question to ask, apart from obviously Paul, just to say, great seeing you back on track, mate.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, really, really glad to be back out. I'm a bit rusty, and it was a bit harder work than it is normally. But yeah, really, really glad to be back out there. Andy did a mega job as usual. Handed over the car with a nice lead, and just had to bring it home. I mean, I did my best to give the gap up, but just managed to hold on towards the end. And then really happy with the result, especially after the disconnect while I was away last week. Really important that we got the win. So yeah, great stuff.
Okay, before I go to Andrew, anything apart from the traffic incident, how was your stint? Because obviously there was a 2-lap period where you lost. I mean, from us, it looked like 6-7 seconds. Was it just brutal traffic? Yeah,
literally. I had to slow down at one of the bus stops because I sent it on a GT3 a bit too late and had to cut the inside corner. So that lost me a good couple of seconds. And then there was another one when I kind of thought about going for it into the bus stop and then backed out of it at the last minute. And if you're under the rear wing of a GT3 going through there, you end up losing like 2.5 seconds. You're better off kind of backing out of it earlier and getting the slingshot, so yeah, just rusty things, just not really judging the gaps properly. And just my pace in clear air was pretty good, so I was quite happy about that, but it will come back sooner or later.
Yeah, you look pretty fast for someone rusty. So yeah, great stuff. Andy, great qualifying, mate. You must be chuffed with that. Obviously not pole, but we saw some very close times. But your dominant start, great first stint, managed to gap. How did it go? How did you feel?
Yeah, felt pretty good. Obviously, qualifying P2, quite difficult to qualify P1 in this kind of track when you've got two Delatras cars slipping each other. But you know that's just how it is sometimes. You know, it's just all about keeping your head cool. I know I said I was going nice and steady in the in the chat, but you know it's just all about just keeping the tires in a good window. Fuel saving, just do whatever you can to make sure that you're not spinning the tires up or anything like that. It's quite difficult with the LMP2, especially on minimum wing on this track. Very tough on the rears.
For sure. Now, obviously, you knew they were going to. Obviously, they had 1 and 3. Obviously, I think you was probably thankful they had at least had the outside, but they did get a very good start. Was your full priority to get that inside locked in and come off the corner P2 so they couldn't work as a team?
Yeah, 100%. As soon as we've seen that we got the inside, that was definitely a relief, because I think if we had the outside, that would have been a different story and it'd be straight down to P3.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was definitely priority to get P2 and split them up. But it was immediately obvious within the first half a lap that they just wanted to sit behind me. But when that happens, I don't think you should panic. You should just sort of drive your own race and see what happens.
All right, last question. Did you guys feel that the penalty was just? I mean, we in the booth did, because their gap they left was ginormous. Like, we had LMDH's lap in GT3s on lap 2. That's how big it was.
Yeah, I think it's easily done, because I think what Thomas did was he tried to leave kind of 15-ish, like while we was in the queue kind of thing, and then obviously once the GTPs go, that gap gets massively bigger, right? And it's something you just got to judge. I think in this instance he did get it a bit wrong, but to be honest, it didn't really make much difference to their result anyway. In the end, did it? They didn't lose any extra positions or anything. So I mean,
no, of course, yeah. Maybe their mentality was a little bit different, because they probably were more thinking about the gap to third than beating you guys. But yeah, sure, they didn't really affect the final result. Maybe just the mindset they had. Yeah,
I was looking at the track map, and kind of like you said, the GTPs were like on the GT3s immediately, and that's not really how it's supposed to be, is it? So no, I think it's justified. I think it's unlucky. I think it's a bit of a misunderstanding on their part, but I mean, it is what it is, right? You got to, where the fight's this tight, you got to kind of claim everything, right?
Sure. Yeah, as I say, it didn't really affect the result, and it's looking like it's still going to be a very great battle between all you guys. So yeah, still much to play for. But yeah, epic talking to you both. Is there anyone you'd like to go shout out to?
Just everyone at Effect, and everyone that's kind of shown me support during this time. I mean, dealing with cancer at 34 years of age wasn't something on my bingo card, but we've dealt with it. I'm all clear, and we're back in the seat, and away we go.
Yeah, brilliant. All right, guys, lovely talking to you as usual, and yeah, good luck in 2 weeks, and I will hopefully speak to you in the interview booth.
Thanks,
cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. Effect there. Brilliant result.
Yes, yeah, I think that's a very good result for them. Let's have a chat with our GTD winners. Jonas Rutsen and Liam Willman join us now. Congratulations, guys, on another race victory, your second in 2 rounds. Jonas, let's start off with yourself. A good qualifying for yourself, but it looked like it might all be over within about the first 5 laps. Talk us through that spin that you had in the first few stages.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit speechless, to be honest. Like, qualifying was quite good. I think within the top 4 or 5 cars, we were the only ones without slipstream. So starting the race in P2 was quite good for us. And then I just made a rookie mistake. I like in the Audi, when you shift down too fast, the car just spins around, and that's exactly what happened to myself in turn 1 there. I just went too fast into the second gear, and the car just lost all traction. Yeah, and then we were around 16 seconds behind the leaders and tried with the strategy to make the time up again, and all of a sudden, with like 20 laps to go, we were in the fight for the lead. Yeah, as said, we are a bit speechless how everything went in the end, but yeah, we are totally happy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a weird race. I was saying to David before that you top 3, you all had instants which lost you 15 seconds, because I'm not sure if you guys saw, but Absolute, obviously, you probably saw Absolute have a instant near the end, and then Simify also ran out of fuel at one point as well, so you were able to get back up there, also thanks to your very strong pace. Yeah, Liam, how was it with yourself in the car as well? I mean, you sort of had the glory, I guess, of getting into the lead. At what point did you feel like you could win the race? Was it with an hour to go, or was it only when you saw those issues ahead for Absolute?
So yeah, for me it was quite, the first stint was a little bit hard for me because I wasn't feeling the car that much, but in the second stint was like completely different car for me. It was very good to drive, and then I was getting the pace lap by lap, and then that Jonas told me that the leaders at that time had an incident, and then he was right in front of me, and then I was just trying to overtake him, but be careful to not to lose the car. And we were very lucky that he just let us pass, so it was quite easy, quite easy overtake. So yeah.
Yes, yeah, it was a good way to take the lead. And Jonas, I mean, we're now halfway through the season. You guys are championship leaders. Who would you say are probably going to be your main rivals, you reckon, in the second half of the season? Who do you reckon are going to give you the best run for your money?
I would guess Simify obviously is gonna be a hard opponent throughout the rest of the season. Also, like in Spa as well as now in Daytona, Absolute Motorsport, fair play to them. They showed some very good pace, especially in the qualifying sessions as well. Yeah, but I think Simify is the main opponent for the rest of the season.
Yeah, already with a race win, haven't they? And then they've been very close to you in the other races. Well, congratulations, guys, on another race win. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
We want to thank the whole team, our sponsors that are always supporting us, and yeah, that's about it.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having a chat with us, and yeah, best of luck. You can make it 3 in a row next time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
That was the Door Esports drivers with yeah, Liam.
So Marcus and Simon is the other. He's the other Azure driver, isn't he? Simon. Yeah, I believe so.
Yes. Yeah, Culottes. Yeah.
Yep.
And we can also say the Delachaz 208 got another 20-second penalty, which would put them down into. So that would be a 30-second penalty in total. So I think that would put them down into 4th position.
Sorry to see.
So
Right, I'll bring
Delta Sport up to 2nd. Congratulations.
Marcus
to
and
them.
Simon in. Hey, Marcus and Simon, can you both hear me okay?
Yes. Hi.
Obviously, congratulations on a very well-earned GTP win. Talk me through it, because Cherokee, that first stint, they looked very impressive, or was it not something you was worried about? Did you know your strat was strong, or was you quite surprised how it was going for them in the the first hour or so?
Yeah, I mean they definitely looked strong in qualifying, obviously getting pole. I honestly felt that maybe I had a slight pace advantage on them. It just didn't really show because I honestly just kept getting bogged down with GT3 traffic in the bus stop, so couldn't really make any gains on them. It was very close though. So I kind of felt we probably had a pace advantage. So the key for us was really just to make sure that we could or had the flexibility with our strategy to offset whenever we needed. So they short field first stint. We stuck to our plan. They had a lighter car, but we were able to close the gap on them. So I think from midway through the second stint, I think we were quite confident that we could win. We just needed to be smart with our stint lengths and bring it home.
Yeah, we did notice that as well. I suppose we didn't factor traffic as much, but yeah, we noticed after they short fueled and thus giving them a slight fuel advantage, that they didn't have any visible advantage, and you were actually closing that gap down lap by lap actually over the stint, and it looked like you were net ahead. But obviously, you never know, like if you get caught in one traffic moment, then all of that gets dissolved. So you must be impressed. Obviously, it's been a tough season so far, with one of your races ending badly. I can't remember which one it was, either Spa or
it was Silverstone. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, all the races have been pretty close. I mean, the Silverstone one, we were having a great battle with our teammates in the Rosso car. Unfortunately, we had an incident, but we still made a good recovery. Spa, obviously, very close race. I think this race as well, is actually very close on pace. Between the Porsche and Acura, and especially the Gurecki car. I think we just optimized the strategy better and had maybe that 10th advantage we needed, and that was the result.
Yep, and obviously you got your very much wished BOP reversal, so you must be happy with that. Obviously the guys here reviewed it, and obviously with the iRacing matching the BOP we had applied, it was fair that that was neutralized, so you guys must be happy for that, especially with Daytona week.
Yeah, well, I think we were a little worried about Daytona in particular, because I think everyone, you can look at the different sort of setup shop sort of bops that they go through, and I think overall it kind of looked like almost Porsche had an advantage here. So it would have been a little bit scary for us to have a sort of 3/4 disadvantage, but I think hopefully it showed that it was fair today. I think we all had a good race, so yeah, good fun.
Yeah, all the guys here was happy, and I was only informed about it late though. But yeah, even I had. It's not up to me, and even the people I spoke to, they're not the ones making the decision, but I had voiced that, because it was actually me that initiated the BOP talk in the first place, because I wanted the season to be fair, but obviously then iRacing copied, so yeah, I'm glad to see it worked out correctly. But yeah, again, very dominant race, well handled, very good strategy. Obviously you've looked strong, you boys have looked strong all season. Obviously you've got a really strong, also the Movano Rosso team looked superbly strong all season, so you must be excited about the rest of the season on your chances.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm also honest, would be maybe quite nice if we have some rain in the next races.
Yes,
I don't know. I'm I know it's a lot of risk, and the championship and the results can drastically change with having rain, but yeah.
I'm looking at something, but I believe it is completely random. They just generate.
So it's random, but like set by the in-sim time and location of the track. So for example, here there was like we could randomize it like 100 times and it'd still be dry.
But you only do it once, and you take the result.
We do it once and we take the result. So
exactly.
We got well, Portsmouth probably won't rain. Suzuka maybe. Sebring.
Gonna be interesting. Suzuka will be funny.
Yeah, it would. Multi-class rain, triple multi-class deciding the championship. That would be brilliant. All right, guys, lovely talking to you again. Again, congratulations and good luck with the rest of the season. And we'll see you in 2 weeks at Portimao.
Yep, great. Thank you, guys.
Cheers. Oh, sorry. Is anyone you'd like to give a shout out to? Sorry, before I get rid of you.
Just again, our teammates and you guys are putting on a lovely show.
Oh, thanks, guys. Cheers. Again, good luck, and we'll talk to you soon, no doubt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheers. Marcus and Simon there. Yeah, impressive drivers. They always sound so calm.
Yeah. And
they look it on track as well, because they never seem to be pushing. Just always like, yeah, it was a chill race, you know, just logging our laps. And yeah, it's a good attitude to have in endurance, and it shows how strong they are. They put in the work, and it's paying off.
Yeah, they are looking very good. Led the championship going into this round, and
Yep.
yeah, it'll be fair bit clear, 15 odd points clear coming into the second half of the season.
And they're staying away from all these penalties that are floating around.
Yeah.
You don't see their names popping up.
No. Are willing to have the rain though. Credit to them. It's rare that you hear GTP wanting rain.
Well, the tyres have
but
been,
they're
they're
up for it.
better.
Sure.
It's taken a long forgiving term for our GTP drivers to want rain, but yeah, it's a lot better than it was.
Well, that rounds out our interviews then. Of course, the next round of the championship is in 2 weeks' time. Entries are still open for the championship, so if you want to sign up, then you are welcome to. Even if you're a team who have already signed up, maybe you've got a couple of extra drivers who fancy giving it a go, you can sign up for the last 3 rounds of the championship in any of the car classes. So do check that out over at apexracingleague.com, where you can also sign up for our Racing Unleashed GT3 series, our Porsche Cup series on Wednesday night, our Super Formula Light series, and our GT3 trophy as well, which will be back next week on this time slot. So do check out all of that over at apexracingleague.com, and of course do check out the Apex Racing TV social medias, the Apex Racing League social medias as well. Big thanks to Abruzzi, of course, as well, once again to them for giving these fantastic prizes to the drivers, and of course do check out Abruzzi.com in order to get yourself on some of their kits as well. But for now, from myself, Sam Fitzpatrick, and from David Sampson, and from everyone here at the Apex Racing TV esports studio, we are going to say goodbye, and we'll see you back in 2 weeks' time at Portimao. See you then.
Ciao.